And we're live.
Good evening to our viewers. You know, this is a virtual setting, but we're definitely saying hello to you from the Wine and Chat team for Election Watch 2020, St. Vincent and the Grenadines General Election. And this segment is called Voices of the Future. I will be your moderator this evening, Tedra Kirby, and I have a wealth of young thoughtful and very informative people joining me today. And we're going to start this segment, this election watch segment, with the team from Voice Your Choice, right? We have Franz and Nafisha joining us to tell us a bit about their campaign, the Voice Your Choice campaign that is during this 2020 election season. But of course, you're watching Wine and Chat, so we encourage all of our viewers to grab a drink and just relax as we take you through this evening. So, welcome, Franz and Nafisha.
All right, thank you so much. We're just really glad to be here and to just share this moment in, discussing elections in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I must say, big up to the Wine and Chat team. For me, it's very commendable when young people like ourselves could really come together and take our electoral process serious enough that on election night we could take time to just have a healthy and wholesome discussion, and especially in the light of the lack of healthy and wholesome discussion during election, because sometimes people get heated. But us, myself and Nafisha, we're really glad to be here. And what we'll be doing, we'll be just talking a bit about the reception that we got in terms of doing our voter education campaign, as well as share some insight from a small research that we did and a small survey. Um, but I'll just let Nafisha just go ahead and introduce herself first before we jump into the its and bits of the campaign as well as the research.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome, Nafisha.
Thank you for the introduction. It's really wonderful to be here with all of you. I'm a fan of the Wine and Chat conversations. I've been following them myself. So to be here among great minds from across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it's really, really wonderful. Like Franz said, we came up, well, he reached out to me with this idea about the Voice Your Choice campaign, and I jumped on it immediately because I was like, this is something new, it's innovative, it's refreshing, it's like a new take on youth participation in voting in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So from there, we went to monthly meetings, weekly meetings. Every Sunday we're on a Zoom call. It really blossomed into just so much positive discourse about the electoral process. So many people saying, wow, I didn't even know about XYZ. I didn't know I could check my registration online,
Yeah.
and just, the impact was immediate. It was phenomenal, the kind of change that we saw just from having a one-on-one discussion with our peers. So we're so happy to be here tonight to share our survey, and it's basically the end of the campaign, where we're also pushing the narrative of post campaign. What we're gonna do after the elections. So yeah, over to you, Franz, to lead us off with the survey and get into the meat of the discussion.
All right, so let me just give out a background in terms of the inception of the campaign. So, um, when I took a look at the observer reports from the 2015 election, I found that there was a consistent theme about a lack of voter education. And what they highlighted as a recommendation was that young people should be at the forefront of voter education. And while this is something that the electoral office would do, the recommendation said, it's important for young people to work with them or even independently. There just needs to be that dialogue about what voting is, the history of it, the impact of voting, and why young people should vote, and as well as how they should vote. And so, in my capacity as Commonwealth Youth Council's Caribbean America's representative, I felt, it was important to do this sort of thing in SVG, especially since we would have partnered with other organizations across the Caribbean to do other voter education campaigns, not just this year, because I know this has been an election year in the region, but also in other years, not just in the Caribbean, but internationally. And so I reached out to Nafisha because she's a One Young World ambassador like myself. We're both part of One Young World. And so I just pitched the idea to her, and then it blossomed into us just identifying other persons to come along with us. And then here we are today. So one of the things that we wanted to do was not just provide information to young people, but to really hear from them exactly how they felt. How exactly you feel about voting? How exactly you feel about the electoral process? Or have you ever voted before? You intend to go vote? Why? You understand? Just to get some sort of insight into young people's minds. And mind you, this is not an extensive research, but it at least gives off a sort of idea of what a small sample is thinking, and it then makes us to question, what if we can examine a larger demographic? What results would we find? So one of the things that we did is that we tried to just focus on young people. And so our research is really geared towards persons who were between 18 and 30, primarily. But we also extended the research to persons who were 15 to 17 because we wanted to see how prospective voters are thinking, especially as a prospective voter, how you're observing all this that going on. How exactly do you feel?
Right.
And what we also did is that we also tried to include persons who were above 30, just to see, you are now exiting the quote unquote age of youth. How do you feel as being a youth voter before, right? And so we examined several things. We looked at, for example, how persons felt voting was significant. We examined, for example, the extent to which they consider themselves to be politically involved and lend support to political parties. We examined, for example, their history of voter registration and participation, as well as their intention to go and vote in this particular election as well. And what we also wanted to find out was what exactly will be driving young people to go to the polls, right? So that will be something that we'll highlight. So just a quick run through of the demographics. We had the largest subset of persons were between 22 to 25.
22 to 25, you said?
22 to 25, exactly.
Okay.
34% of the respondents. The next largest subset was those between 26 and 29, right? And then the third largest was those between 18 to 21, right? Now, what we see here is that the largest chunk are those who are young voters, but may have voted in the last election. Those who would have been 25 would have voted in the last election. But most of the respondents now are persons who, according to the age, would be first-time voters in this election, right? And what we did in terms of gender, we found that most of the respondents are actually female.
Okay.
So to us, I mean, yes, we acknowledge it's a small subset, but it was interesting to see that women were the ones who were responsive to the survey and showed intentions to go out and vote. And we examined the constituencies as well, and we had more or less most persons coming from East St. George. The second largest was from West St. George, the third largest from South Windward, and the others were sort of roughly evenly distributed, right? So the responses we got were coming from those demographics. But Nafisha, now I would let her go on to explain significance of voting. But of course, if you have any questions, go ahead.
Well, what I would like you guys to touch on, I know we spoke about the demographics and the basics of the survey, but what we'd love to share with our viewers would be exactly what the survey revealed.
Exactly. So, Nafisha, go ahead.
Yes, over to the fun part now of the survey. So this section was about the significance of voting. And one of the questions that we asked was, on a scale from 1 to 5, to what extent do you think that the country benefits from the youth vote? And we had about 61 people saying that there was a significant benefit, whereas only about 3 people said that there was no benefit. So from the survey, it's a clear realization that people think that, voting is significant and that when young people vote, things change and things happen. And then to counter or follow up with that question, we started to do a ranking. So from 1 to 5, 1 being not important at all, and 5 being very important, rank the importance of these things that motivate you to vote. So the first one was dealing with development and representation of the constituency. We also considered whether or not you support a particular party, family tradition, national development, the actual act of exercising your right to vote, views on specific policies, and whether or not you're voting because you want to support a particular candidate. And I mean, strangely enough, or probably it flows with what we understand, is that the largest response that we got was family tradition. So it appears that a lot of people are actually following what their grandparents might be saying, or they live in a so and so, a labor house or NDP house. And it's not the kind of discourse that we promote, but we recognize that it's definitely something that's happening right now. Just to move on to another segment in terms of whether or not you're supporting a particular party, 41 people said that this was a major motivation. 4 people said this doesn't really motivate me. National development, of course, we expected about 56 people saying that this was very important to them. And as it pertains to supporting a particular candidate, the results they were kind of fluctuating. Some people were saying I vote to support a candidate, but others not so much. So just to put this into context now and to kind of summarize the responses in this regard, we will ask ourselves, why should young people vote? What are the true motivations behind that? I mean, it's clear that we look at it now. I'm home for elections. I may not have been home. I should have been in Trinidad at school. But it's very clear that young people promote we add to the overall voter turnout, and we're a very large sector of society. We also realize that it promotes political stability. Obviously, if you want to have a true representation of the entire Vincentian society, you want to have the input of youth and their activity, not just voting, but in the entire political landscape. In addition, we noticed that, it helps to have youth involvement, particularly in policies. And when we have young people involved in voting, it helps them to socialize the next generation. Because, if for example, I have a younger sister, she might say, oh, my sister's so involved, I want to be involved just as she is. So I think just to summarize that section now, it's clear that there's a realization of the significance of voting. But I think the motivations in terms of family tradition, it's clear that that's still a big factor. But in terms of what we can do to shift it from being, my mother's voting for a particular party, so I'm going to follow that, to it being, I study the policies, I read the manifestos, I think we have a lot of work to do in that regard.
Okay. So it seems like you guys got some really amazing results from your survey. And I'm sure our panelists, when they join in, may also offer their perspective in terms of youth vote and involvement. We're so thankful for the time you guys took to come on. We see results are coming in already. I hope you guys are just as excited as the rest of the team and that you're going to stick around for the rest of the evening. I would love to commend you on behalf of the Wine and Chat team and panel, as a matter of fact, for the work that you guys do in raising awareness, especially because the youth make up such a considerable amount of the voting population. And it's always good for first-time voters especially to be very informed when they're making such an important decision. So we commend you and we thank you for the efforts that your Vote Your Choice campaign has really taken on this election season. We hope that it would be a constant so that next election we can expect another Voice Your Choice campaign.
Yes, and just to say something very quick, we acknowledge that the best results for voter education happens when it's an ongoing process, and it's not just done around election time, because sometimes these things are a bit much for young people to digest. And if you want behavior change, if you want people to really go out and vote or be committed to vote for certain particular reasons, I mean, it has to be that you have to teach them gradually. So we're just putting it out there that we have intentions of, continuing our efforts post-election, especially since we realize that it's important for young people to be involved in the dialogue of politics and issues of national development. And when we choose, I mean, we have already chosen, quote unquote, to finish voting. So when it's revealed who we have chosen, it's a matter of now, as young people, you have voted. How do you intend to work with the political leaders, whether they're in government or opposition? How do you support them while holding them accountable? And how do you educate yourself so that during the next 5 years, you could participate in a healthy way in the dialogue, as well as be prepared for the next election cycle? So thanks to the Wine and Chat team. Big up all yourself. Looking
Thank you
forward to the
guys
rest of
for coming on.
Yeah, man.
We do
So,
appreciate it. So as
yeah,
we say bye to Franz and Nafisha, we know they're going to stay tuned in just as you are. The night is just beginning. We have results coming in, and we're definitely saying thanks to the both of you again as we move on to introduce the panel for this evening. And we want to remind you that this coverage is powered by youth. It is dedicated to youth, and it's an expression of how we feel youth should become even more involved in the process. So as you can see, it coincides, or I should say it links very much to the Voice Your Choice campaign. So the first panelist I would introduce this evening is Miss Alaika Jones. Welcome, Ali. So Alaika is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, and Mona. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Political Science and Law, and a master's in government with a specialization in comparative politics. Alaika is passionate about all things politics, especially the electoral system and the discourse that surrounds it. She enjoys listening to the political commentary and analysis, and also pens some of her own, which is why we have her here this evening. And one of her goals is to be a part of an election observer mission. So Ms. Jones, Alaika, Ali, welcome to Election Watch, Voices of the Future.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. It is so exciting to be here and to present a fresh perspective that we, the youth, are looking forward to hear about. Because, oftentimes we hear from more mature folks who are looking at different things than youth would. So I am so happy to be a part of this panel and not just have my voice be heard on social media, but to bring it to a wider audience.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Andre Brown. Now, Andre is a former Dean of CARICOM Youth Ambassador Corps. Okay, he has been a firm believer in the values of civic engagement for young people for many years. Never shy about debates, Andre is also keen to have constructive as well as civil conversations about political topics. And one of his favorite quotes, politics is about more than supporting a party. It should be about deciding as a people on the best ideas to move a country forward. Today is election day. We welcome Mr. Andre Brown to the panel this evening.
Thank you very much, Tedra. It's a pleasure for me to be here. As you just said, one of my passions is being involved in elections and hearing about different ideas compete and having them pick the best winner. So it's really a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the Wine and Chat team for the invitation.
Thank you for accepting. And finally, the member rounding out our panel this evening, Dr. Delano D'Souza. Dr. D'Souza is a finance professional and economic researcher, as well as a 3-time graduate of the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus. He holds a bachelor's in economics and management, a master's in banking and finance, and a PhD in economic development policy from Cave Hill. He has managed in microfinance and served as a senior financial analyst in the aviation industry, performing financial modeling and crafting policy advice. He has recently joined the faculty at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill as an assistant lecturer in the Department of Economics, where his research areas include development policy, banking, finance, and aviation. Delano is also a Caribbean podcaster and is one half of the popular A Lawyer and the Policy Analyst Walk Into a Bar podcast. And this raises awareness about Caribbean issues, economic, political, legal, and social, in a way that is very approachable to young people and definitely worth a listen. So we welcome the final member of our panel, Dr. D'Souza. And just to remind you, everyone on this panel is Vincent.
Thank you, Tedra, and thank you for the Wine and Chat team for inviting me to be a part of this panel. This is a historic night for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I'm just grateful to be among you guys, my colleagues whom I've watched blossom over the years, and it's good to sit amongst you to discuss the future of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So thank you, and I hope everybody who's tuned in is looking forward to what is going to be a great night of passionate and informative discussion.
Wonderful. So we're going to start the discussion. Results are coming in and we're going to update everyone as soon as we get them. But I want to talk to you about the nature of this campaign season. What are your thoughts on how the two major political parties conducted their campaigning for the 2020 election? Anyone can go first.
I just feel like I was gonna say, I just feel like I guess Andrew, you just like me. I just looked over to Alika immediately. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Podcast the other day with a colleague, and she reminded me that chivalry should be dead and that there should be equity, and so we should not wait or say ladies first. And so based on that, I said I would just jump in and not put us in the position where people are wondering if we're advancing the feminist agenda. So. But yeah, the campaign so far, we've been, of course, I'm not in St. Vincent. I should probably let the viewers know that I am based in Barbados, but I do have a keen eye on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, it's my homeland. The campaign this year, I could say from the outset in terms of how they've conducted their campaign, it was surprising in some ways. I think the NDP, the New Democratic Party, has put forward something new in the sense that we haven't, at least me, I have to speak for myself, I haven't seen such a level of organization from the New Democratic Party in quite some time. And so I was impressed by that. Of course, there are some deficiencies in terms of how they went about the election, but I was impressed with the level of organization. I felt like there was a coherence about I felt like there was a coherence about how they went about their business and their campaign. The manifesto, which I'm sure we're going to get into, was interesting as well. They were very targeted in terms of their approach with ads and so on. I think we got the general feeling of that the NDP was kind of putting forward the agenda that, apart from it just being long enough for the ULP, I think the NDP has put forward that they have failed to deliver on many of the things that they have promised, and that was sort of their campaign mantra throughout. They have not delivered, and it's time for a change. We've heard the time for a change before, but I think this time we had a lot more substance. In terms of the ULP, what I felt from the ULP was different from what I felt in 2015. I felt like this was a different campaign in many ways. One, because I don't think there's any political party that has had 5 terms in a row in the Caribbean. So for that, I guess there's some pressure that comes with that, is what I'm saying. So I think I feel in some ways they've adjusted their campaign strategy. I felt it was the tone and the rhetoric was a bit more negative than we're accustomed seeing from the ULP. And that was interesting to me, given that they've traditionally, since over the last 15 years or so, the last 3 elections, they've always been a party.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if we can
no problem.
Some of the results so far.
Perfect.
We're just getting an update on East Kingston, and we know that has been one of the hot constituencies so far this season. And so far we have votes cast for Luke Brown, 148. And for Fitz Bramble, 189. So Fitz is ahead slightly. And so far, these results are coming from one polling station. Okay, polling station C, which would be Richmond Hill Thomas Saunders Secondary. So Thomas Saunders, so far, their results have coming for East Kingstown, with Luke Brown at 148 and Fitz Bramble at 189. So Delano, you can continue, sorry.
No, that's fine. It's good to see results coming in. And of course, we know that throughout the night, there are going to be interruptions. But these are the type of interruptions we want to hear. We want to hear that the vote is being counted speedily, knowing that everybody is still wondering what's happening in the US and so on. It would be nice if we could wrap this up tonight fairly early and quickly. But I was saying in terms of the ULP, I felt like their campaign changed a bit. It went a little bit negative with the ULP, although their overall slogan is lifting St. Vincent higher. I felt like there was some underlying negativity and a type of rhetoric that I personally wasn't accustomed to seeing from the ULP, even in terms of their ads and so on. I think I don't want to say it was different. So I guess I'll leave it there for now. I think it was different. I'd love to hear the thoughts of the other panelists.
Andrea,
you go next, or what's up?
Andrea, you can go next.
All right, so you're flipping it totally on the head then. So ladies last. All right, no problem. For me, it was interesting the amount of social media that went into this year's campaign. I know that, COVID probably helped with that, but I think that it's probably a direction that the parties will go in the future and utilize more. As Delano said, the organization from the NDP was a little surprising. I don't think that, in my experience, I've seen it be so organized. They had very targeted ads. Just today I saw that they had a campaign song from Shensia, which was interesting. So I just think that in terms of their organization, it has improved. Again, I think that a lot of the vitriol that we heard in previous campaign years on the podiums, we didn't really hear a lot of that. As Delano said as well, we did see some more negative ads, I think, from both sides. But in terms of on the stages, that wasn't as prevalent as it was before. Maybe that's just me with recency bias, but that's just how it felt to me.
Okay, Ali, you may go ahead. Ali, before you jump in, let me just give another update to our viewers. Northern Grenadines, we do have some results from that constituency. Not much, but Dr. Godwin Friday, who's also the leader of the opposition, so far has 52 votes, with Carlos Williams. Sorry, the information just went off the screen. And we're going to continue with that update when I get back the information. All right, so Ali, in the meantime, this is what happens when we're live. My apologies, but Ali, feel free to jump in.
For me, I think that the negativity of the campaigning, it went both ways. I think for the NDP, it may not have been as loud as it traditionally is, and we probably saw more from the Unity Labour Party. I was impressed indeed by the NDP's social media strategy in terms of sponsored ads and their campaigns. But I know that, and why I say the negativity may be an undercurrent, is that, for example, their posters, the posters that are not candidate-based are typically negative in relation to the country. So I found that a little surprising in that they didn't highlight projects per se, but they took that slant with all of the pictures that were not candidate photos. I also think that, well, social media would have played a part because of COVID, but I think given that youth are perhaps one of the biggest drivers of campaigns right now, that it was necessary for them to take that approach towards social media. And in terms of the messaging, I found that the Unity Labour Party was a little bit more cohesive, because I think if you would consider between the manifestos and what was being said on platforms, that the NDP differentiated a lot, in that some of the things that they would mention post-launching plans and post-launching manifestos were included nowhere in these official documents. So sometimes it felt that although the campaign may have been more organized, candidates were not as organized.
Okay, great. So we have another update coming out of East Kingstown. And remember, this is the ULP's Luke Brown, this is his second time? His third time trying to get this
third time.
And coming up against Fitz Bramble. Currently, the numbers coming out of East Kingstown is at 275 votes, with the ULP's Luke Brown trailing with 212. That's a difference of about 63 votes, but it's still very early in the evening. Now, I want to tap into what you guys just mentioned about the different strategies with campaigning. And one of you mentioned the posters. And there are a couple of posters that stood out to me as well. And I'm going to see if they jumped out at you. So the first poster that I will speak on is the NDP's red poster. I don't know what you think about that, but I thought that was extremely creative.
Which red
because
poster?
It was red. It was red.
There were
and
red. There were at least 3 red posters.
Talking about you want to Sand Hill?
There were several. There was also one in Bookament, and I would tell you.
There's one in Gibson Corner.
Yes, and the mental association that came with it, I thought was very strategic, because it's election time. If you see a red poster, automatically, mentally, you associate that with the ULP. So if you are pro-ULP, you would gravitate towards it. And on the flip, so it's like they managed to get people who won't normally look at their poster to look at their poster. And I was fooled initially. I actually thought it was a ULP poster. And then I read it and I'm like, wait, this is not ULP. This is NDP's poster. I thought that was very creative.
Yeah. I feel like, I know we're talking here, but we have viewers from all over the region, and I feel like, we pray that illegal ramification. We gotta give a little bit more sauce. We know the poster was red, but what was on the poster?
A little context. That's a good point, Delano. So for those of you joining us who are not familiar, so the NDP's color is yellow. That's the color of the New Democratic Party. And the ruling party, the ULP, the Unity Labour Party, goes with red. So now the opposition has strategically used the color red on some major banners across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I thought that was a very sneaky and strategic way to get people who won't normally receive their message to receive it. So that for me stood out as one of the major marketing light bulb moments in the campaign. And I would tell you on the flip side, with the ULP, which was another light bulb moment for me in terms of posters. So with the ULP posters, there are posters of Prime Minister Gonsalves all around St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Really huge posters. He's right there in the middle, very prominent on the poster. But the words that were also prominent were the words "World Boss."
And the UN crest.
Yes, and the UN crest. And it just put things into perspective, into context, I should say. When you take into consideration that St. Vincent and the Grenadines was just recently elected to the UN Security Council. And of course, the United Nations, we know the significance, the global significance of that body. So knowing that, plus using the words world boss, to me, was also a direct target for young people, because the term world boss is considered cool, it's considered hip, especially for young people who are into dancehall music. Simply using the word world boss, which is associated with Vybz Kartel, I thought that was strategic. That was something that stood out to me as well, because it's connecting someone who is over 70 with people who are 18, 20, 22. And that's not an easy connection to make. So I thought that was also very strategic when it comes to posters this season.
I also feel that, if you look at Jamaica and Andrew Holness and how they refer to him as Brogard and so on, I think it was basically taking a page from that book and trying to brand the leader of the party in a way that, and everybody can relate and so. And I think, but for me, I always have reservation about those type of things because I always wonder about the way we hold politicians to a certain level, almost as demigods. And I'm very cautious about going about it in that way. But again, I do agree that it was strategic. It was meant to appeal to the youth. But again, it kind of brings me again to the question, because we're speaking about Prime Minister Gonzalez, and we have to, in that breath, speak about succession as well. Because I mean, you're basically trying to have, you're pushing him as the leader, but I think the general population in Vincent and the Grenadines have questions as to longevity and how much longer is he going to continue as political leader. So those for me are some of the things that come to my mind immediately.
That's a very good point. Yeah. I am looking at some figures in here from Mariacourt, from the constituency of Mariacourt. And the ULP's Jimmy Prince is ahead with 346 votes over the NDP's Wiley, who so far has 234 votes. And that's a difference of about 112. So currently Sinclair Jimmy Prince for Mariacourt is in the lead by about 112 votes. Andre, you were about to say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that it was interesting as well, because if we're talking about the way that the parties decided to do the branding, something that happened when I went, in the early days, I was still looking for the manifestos. And I went to the NDP's webpage, and they had the link up, but it wasn't completed yet because they hadn't released the manifesto yet, obviously. So when I clicked on the link, I went in, it said, oops, this page is broken, just like Camilo's promises, with like a picture of him there outlined. And I was like, whoa. So it's clear that they had a very good organizer of the campaign, especially on the digital side.
But that's a good observation, and I'll ask Ali and Delano to join in here, because that has been one of the criticisms of the NDP over the years, that seemingly inability to connect from a marketing standpoint and really driving home their messages in a strategic way. So those minor things seem to have changed this cycle. Ali and Delano, your thoughts on any other things that stood out to you regarding the campaigns?
I think what was also interesting is the use of branding, in that because of the popularity of Prime Minister Gonzalez, so that he did, as he would have aimed to get closer to you by using World Boss, we would recognize that he is commonly known by comrade or paparazzi or whatever. And these are terms that have been coined because of the way the ULP emphasizes his leadership. And that has been a constant theme throughout their campaigns for the last, I would say, 5 or 6 election cycles, if we consider 1998. And what stood out for me in terms of the use of branding is I still haven't gotten a clear idea of what NDP's message is, other than we can gather that they are more organized. What is the clear message that they are trying to push? If you look at the posters, you would see, outside of the ones that are targeted at the Unity Labour Party, you would recognize that it is just the candidate and the opposition leader in some cases. There is the one about that is up on CK Graves, not on CK Graves, sorry, on PH Vera. But outside of that, the posters have not clearly demarcated what they stand for. Whereas even as we have the conversation about succession, you would know that even from the smaller billboards between Prime Minister Camelo and Sabuto, you can see that the ULP is also still continuing that theme of leadership.
Okay, good. So we have more results coming in, and we're going to bring them to you as soon as we have them. And we're going to continue this discussion, and we thank everyone for joining us so far. This is Wine and Chat. So on this occasion, you are encouraged to have a drink of some sort, right? Wine, but if not, you see Delano has his, Ali has hers, Andre has his, and of course mine is a bit bigger, but that's we encourage a very relaxing atmosphere while we have this discussion. Now, this is one of the constituencies that has been a hot one this election cycle, and that's of East St. George. Okay, and to update everyone, East St. George, the ULP's candidate is, of course, Dr. Gonsalves' son, Minister Camilo Gonsalves, and his challenger is the NDP's Laverne Velox. So far, Laverne Velox has approximately 152 or so votes, with Camilo Gonsalves trailing, not by much, just about 118 or so. So the results are still developing. It's still very early in the evening. And as the numbers come in, we will update you. Speaking of the different approaches, this season, we heard a lot of talk about people voting along family lines, such as the Voice Your Choice campaign mentioned, or people being tribalistic in their voting. You, as observers of this season, do you believe that the political parties actually encourage tribal voting? Ali, your mic is mute.
I realize. I think the natural trajectory based on the two-party system is for there to be some level of tribalism. I don't necessarily think that the party machinery would reinforce tribalism, but in our context, particularly as the ULP has championed social democratic principles for so long, and you have an opposition that has been there for almost 20 years, you would recognize that there are some difficulties and challenges on both sides of the table, that there are issues that are important to people outside of them supporting their party, but that they take these things personally, even if it is not something that is reinforced by a political party. Because I think that on some level, the leaders interact as opposed to ULP and NDP people that take it sometimes to a very extreme level, where neighbors wouldn't speak because one vote one way and one vote the other way, when politicians do not necessarily see things the same way. So I think sometimes because of society or because of just the political climate, we have been basically in constant election mode since the last election. So I think it's something that the people have taken on for themselves. They have taken ownership of it and they are running with it, which kind of just re-entrenches the idea of tribalism.
Okay, great. Let me say good afternoon to our viewers. I see quite a few people on our live stream. We appreciate your viewership. If we can just get some questions from here. Raisa Joseph is asking, what are the views of the panelists in terms of what is required to modernize the two main political parties in SVG? So what are your views on the modernization of the both parties in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Well, I think I'll go first. I think what we've seen this election is that they have been heading in that direction with the use of social media more. I don't think I saw a printed manifesto, which is a good thing for me, you know, save the trees and all that.
There are both printed copies out there, just to interject.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shoot, I was hoping not. But yeah.
Perhaps they printed.
Some trees were harmed in the process of this election.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that they utilize the mediums a little bit better. Their meetings were live streamed. They were heavily involved on Facebook, some on Instagram. Actually, yes, both on Instagram as well. And their websites were updated very early as well. So it's a good thing to see them moving in that direction. Modernizing in other areas. Well, I think that our system lends itself to the way that they operate now, in terms of you still have to have that groundswell of your base to carry you home. But I guess the other panelists would address that a little bit more.
For me, I think what has to be the driver of change is that the people want change. If we continue to go along the lines of what they give us, we take, then obviously it would continue, because if I'm giving you a product that you like, then there is not necessarily a reason for me to change. So what I think would be a huge driver of change or modernization would be perhaps civil society engagement and the media taking an unbiased approach to the ideals of what goes on in the country. In that, I think we can all recognize that some media pages, like organization, institutions, whatever you may call them.
If we may give a rundown of the results that we have so far. If you're now joining us, welcome to Wine and Chat Election Watch, Voices of the Future, with our panelists, Dr. Delano de Souza, Miss Alika Jones, and Mr. Andre Brown. So for East Kingstown, so far, we have the NDP's Fitz Bramble leading the ULP's Luke Brown by 63 votes. Fitz Bramble currently has 275, with the ULP's Brown currently at 212. We remind viewers that it is still very early in the evening. West Kingstown, however, has a much closer race currently. At the moment, the ULP's candidate, Mr. Sutherland, Sutherland is Central Kingston. My apologies. West Kingstown is the ULP's Debbie Child. So currently, the ULP is leading with 120 votes to the NDP's incumbent, Mr. Daniel Cummins, with 118 votes. So that's a difference of 2. If we move to North Leeward, which has been highlighted as one of the hot seats this election, and that's as a result of the NDP's Patel Matthews only winning by approximately 12 or so votes last election. Currently, the ULP's Carlos Williams is at 323 votes, with the NDP's Patel Matthews at 362. That's a difference of about 39 votes so far. And as we move more into the constituencies, Mariqua's Jimmy Prince is at 346 to the NDP's Wiley, who is at 234, a difference of 112. For East St. George, the ULP is currently at 118, which is Camilo Gonzalez, who won this seat last election, by the way, to Laverne Velux's 151, a difference of 33. We move westward to West St. George. The ULP's Curtis King is ahead with 316, with the NDP's K. Bacchus trailing with 256, a difference of about 60. We're still awaiting word from North Windward and North Central Windward. South Windward, we have 135 votes for the ULP to the NDP's 111, a difference of about 24. We're still awaiting numbers from South Central Windward. And the Northern Grenadines, so far it seems like a runaway race for Dr. Godwin Friday, the leader of the opposition, and who has been a member of parliament for about 15 years or so, so three terms he has served as MP. His current votes are 966 to the ULP's Carlos Williams 204. There's a difference of about 762 votes in that constituency, and we're still awaiting word from the Southern Grenadines. If we may revert to the conversation we were just having, Risa is actually seeking more clarification, and I'll explain that in just a bit. We would like to say good evening to the viewers in Brooklyn, in Dutch Side, St. Martin, in, of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and wherever you are viewing live, we thank you so much for joining us. We know you have other options, but we thank you for choosing us. Now, when Risa spoke about modernization, specifically, she didn't want to just look at digital transformation. She's actually seeking your feedback on the evolution in terms of the overall structure of these political parties. So their structures, their philosophies, their leadership. So an evolution. What do you think of the evolution of the parties in terms of their philosophies? What do you think is required to move the ULP or the NDP from where they are currently or where they've been in the past to the future, the ULP and the NDP of tomorrow?
Well, what I think would be interesting to, sorry, Andre, but on the point of that question in terms of moving the philosophies, I think it is interesting to know that the NDP seems to be moving a little bit more to the left from what they would traditionally do. In that, if you recognize from their manifesto that they discuss a lot of social issues and perhaps a lot more assistance than they traditionally would. I don't know if the influence of the former opposition leader, Mr. Eustace, who was so into finance, or if it is just general party philosophy, but there has been a shift. And I wonder if the shift is based on, like I said, the change in leadership, or if it is a recognition that the society is requiring more because of what they have gotten used to over the past years. So I don't know if I would need to go as far as to say perhaps a stronger opposition for the Euro Party would force them to perhaps change, because we recognize opposition functions as it should, then it forces a government or the other party to change its modus operandi. And even with an one seat majority in the parliament, we have recognized that this pressure has not been applied, which has allowed the Unity Labour Party to just continue their modus operandi. So I wonder if it is a change in the landscape of both parties that would force change that would be necessary.
Andre? Well, Andre, you spoke on this earlier. Okay. And good evening to our viewers in Canada and Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you so much for joining us. As we go through the evening, as we said, we're encouraging you to grab a drink. This is Wine and Chat after all. It's one of the few occasions we're allowed to have alcohol while we work. So let's see, let's continue the discussion here this evening. You know, this is Voices of the Future. So I want to shift the conversation just a bit to talk about youth involvement in politics. And what have both parties done, or what do you think of the efforts to attract or encourage youth involvement in the political process?
Well, I think that when you're talking about involvement in the political process for youth, I think it has to start outside of election season. And I think that this is the conversation that we would have around national youth councils and national youth parliaments. Now, if we look at the UPP, I think that I felt for those guys, right? I think that they had a desire to be involved in the political sphere, and because of where we are, the only thing that they had available to them was to become a party. I think in another situation, they might have decided to join a community network or a civic organization or a national youth council and contribute in that way and grow with their political powers and within that sphere. And then maybe in a few years, either join one of the political parties or start their own. So in my opinion, I think that is one way that we could move to encourage youth involvement a little bit more. I mean, outside of that, I think the Unity Labour Party has probably done a little bit better in terms of attracting youth into the party apparatus than say the NDP or the Green Party, because I don't think we have mentioned the Green Party yet for the night. But I think that they have done a little better at attracting youth. So in that regard, that's my analysis of that.
Ali Delano.
When you talk about youth participation, are you meaning in terms of the vote? Are you meaning in terms of actually being putting yourself forward?
Activism, and not just offering yourself a service, because you don't necessarily have to be on a ticket to be involved. So simply getting involved, whether it is in mobilizing people, it can be behind the scenes, in front, offering yourself as a candidate, offering yourself to host discussions and encourage people on youth involvement, offering your expertise to advise leaders and parties of how they can better cater to the needs of other youth. So it's not just being a candidate.
Well, for me, in terms of youth involvement in politics, from all the broad spectrum that you just mentioned, I think we have to kind of take a step back before we kind of get into that fully and speak about the atmosphere in terms of, and Andre spoke about the absence of the National Youth Council, the National Youth Parliament, and so on. Those are things that are solely missing in Vincent and the Grenadines. Not only does it provide a platform or the opportunity for youth to develop and hone their skills, but I think also it creates or it kind of fosters within the general society that there is a space, a place and a space for youths to voice their opinions, to be involved. And I think connected with that also is this deep, and we spoke about political tribalism and so on before. I think that we have some issues in terms of youth coming forward and getting involved in the political process. There is still a lot of persons who speak often about political victimization, whether real or imagined, and that is something I think is very real, because young people especially, you're just getting started, you're still living at home, some of you just finish a degree, you just move, you don't necessarily want to be branded as one thing or another. You're trying to just make it in life in some ways. So I think there is a real fear, particularly in small island politics, but also in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's a real fear about getting involved, about speaking out. I mean, and I think it's not just in terms of speaking out, but also how it's construed, because very often you might come forward and you're non-partisan. You're trying to foster discussion, foster so on, but you get labeled. And I think we have to kind of talk about that as we talk about youth participation as well, because I know a lot of people would be interested. I know you speak to a lot of people privately, a lot of youth in St. Vincent privately. You wonder why is it that some of these discussions are not happening in a public forum or in public fora. But I think that has a lot to do with it as well. I think we have to grapple with that as we try to move forward and get the youth more involved. I think, like Andre said, I think you made a critical point there. I remember growing up, we didn't have those avenues. And I think for me now, I'm only as involved as I am as a result of student leadership at the Cable campus, and recognizing that I can speak and that persons are willing to listen and hear my opinions out. And so, and one of the projects that I've started working on, and it kind of paused when I left St. Vincent, but I hope to pick up on, for example, is the establishment of a student guild at the community college. We had our initial discussions and it didn't come off the ground, but we want to go back there because we recognize that you have to, before you can become fully involved, they have to feel like their voice matter, one, and they have to feel like it's a safe space. And I don't think we really have that right now.
And you mentioned student activity, and I definitely have to agree with that. In fact, I think I can safely say that everyone on the panel was involved at university level in terms of the Vincentian Students Association. So that was definitely an experience that definitely lends itself to leadership as you evolve. I want to update you guys. I'm seeing a Facebook post of the coming from the camp of Luke Brown for East Kingstown, basically offering admitting that they've conceded to Fitzbramble this evening. Yes, if I can read, this is from his sister's Facebook. We know she was very integral in his very active campaign this season. And for our viewers, it reads, "Thank you to everyone who voted and supported Luke Brown in East Kingstown. We appreciate your love. We appreciate your vote. We are forever grateful. Our candidate and comrade was unsuccessful, but we are so thankful for all your support and encouragement over the years. Wishing you all God's richest blessings."
Tedra, should have been a hack because it's so early in the something else.
I am wondering, but this is coming from the camp of Luke Brown, who is contesting the East Kingstown seat against the NDP's Fitzbramble. If we look at the figures for East Kingstown, so far it's just 339 votes for the ULP, Luke Brown, and 408 for Fitzbramble. It's a slight difference of 69 votes. The numbers still seem very low.
Yeah, and it's only 3 polling stations in so far.
So I'm wondering if there is some information we haven't gotten yet. I find that to be quite early.
Possibly.
For such a statement. But again, we don't know what information that they've been previewed to. So
yeah, I mean, I guess
remember political parties would have their agents with their level of check. So informally and unofficially, they would have an idea of their performance before the official statistics are posted. Yeah. So,
but what do you think?
I was about to say that
an early message, because if most of the stations haven't even been looked at yet, I'm thinking that this is very early. But what do you guys think?
I was going to say very early.
Delano, your face, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm trying to keep a straight face. But your expression when you just heard that, it's making me laugh. I apologize to our viewers.
That's one problem I have. My face tells me out every time. I like that is just it. But I was gonna say though, separate and apart from whether or not it's early or not, whether if it does play out that Luke Brown, and I'm kind of borrowing your moderator hat for you while etc. If it is that Luke Brown does indeed lose, this is his third time he would have lost, and persons would have been saying, well, hey, he was going up against the party leader in Adam Eustace before. He was able to lower the difference, his margin in terms of his loss. If he does lose tonight to a new candidate, somebody who I understand hasn't even been living in St. Vincent for a while, who came back and so on, and so where does Luke Brown go from here? Even if the ULP is successful, where does Luke Brown go as a politician from here, having lost this is his fourth election to two different persons, and a newcomer to politics at that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a very good question, and I'm going to pose it. I'm going to start with Ali, since this is her specialty. Luke, if what we've just heard is in fact true, this is his fourth. This is his fourth.
Third. This is third election.
Third. Oh,
yes.
his third election, sorry. His
Yeah.
third loss for East Kingston. These are my questions. What do you think? What would you advise Luke Brown to do as a politician, having suffered a third defeat? And my second question is, where, as Delano asked, where does Luke Brown fit into the party now following this defeat?
That is a very interesting question for me. If you consider a candidate like Edwin Snag, who holds a Grenadines seat and has lost consecutively 4 times, I don't want to speak a 5th one into being, but he's lost 4 times and he remained on the ticket. But the circumstances in Southern Grenadines as opposed to East Kingston are considerably different. And for a young man in Luke, I would wonder if you consider that it is that the people of East Kingston genuinely do not want you as a representative. That would be my thought right now. I mean,
Okay.
3 times, once for twice against the opposition leader, which is understandable that you would lose, and once against a very new candidate, especially when you have held a portfolio as significant as health. It begs to question what isn't coming together, if it's in his campaign or if it's outside of the campaign, what isn't coming together, and how have you not been able to get a handle on it in 3 electoral cycles, right? Because he has decreased his margin each time it was about maybe 149 last season. So the expectation is that at least you should, by all indications, win the seat. But by all accounts, it would appear that East Kingston is decidedly NDP. Although, if you look at the statistics, it's quite marginal. So looking at the statistics last week, I was saying that it should be a very intense fight. And for it to be this early, I would also be very interested in seeing what these stats look like. Just to get an idea of, have certain communities gravitated towards him and he has not been able to break through in others? Or is it that there was just a significant swing away from him entirely? And then if it's a significant swing away from him entirely, then it enters an entirely different debate on how he goes forward from here.
Those are sorry, go ahead, Ali.
Sorry, but 3 defeats is something that
you don't know right now.
I don't know right now. I don't know right now.
But you mentioned something very significant in your response. You said that having such an important portfolio as Minister of Health. And I can't help but wonder if having that portfolio acted against him. And when I say against him, if we look, there has been a lot of criticism towards the Ministry of Health in terms of how we've handled COVID, and more recently and perhaps more significantly in terms of our local context, the issue of dengue and the dengue deaths. So I am left to wonder if it's a situation where Luke, although willing and young and ambitious and as a young politician, seemingly capable, if he was possibly dealt a bad hand that he just could not win with, having been the Minister of Health.
That's an interesting question, Tejwa. That's an interesting question. I actually had a discussion about it recently, and somebody said exactly what you just expressed, that perhaps they have dealt him a bad hand in terms of the ministry that he was assigned. And my response was, perhaps it's an opportunity for him to step up and show his worth and show his pedigree, not just as a politician, but as somebody who is a leader and who is able to manage a ministry. And so I think that was the feeling. I think from the start of his political career, he's been trusted as a senator and so on. Where he has remained, he's been given a major ministry, and there's been a lot of spotlight cast on him, precisely because I think the ULP wanted to raise his profile. I think they wanted to do that. So I guess what I'm saying is perhaps it's a gamble that didn't work out. And I think for me, it's even more concerning again because this is a new seat. But then again, we have to see how the election goes because it might not be isolated. It might be a general repudiation of the ULP. So we can't really fully dissect Luke's losses yet until we can fully contextualize how the election goes tonight.
That's a very good point. Now, Andre, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a constituent of East Kingston, not so?
Yeah, that's my home.
Let's see
That's
your
where I'm right
friend.
now,
Did you
actually.
vote?
So
Let's
perhaps,
see your friend. Though. Did you vote? Let's see.
so Andre, perhaps you can offer a unique perspective that the rest of us may not be previewed to.
Well, as long as I've remembered, East Kingston has been a fairly NDP oriented seat. That may have been because of the incumbent that was the leader of the opposition. In terms of the two candidates, it's interesting. My conversations with people go both ways. People say they don't know Fitz, and people say that they don't like Luke. It's always a tough one for me, because you don't have a really big sample size. You just have the people that you talk to. But yeah, it's a little bit surprising that they threw in the towel a little so early.
I am surprised.
I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised.
So far, this has, and you guys know I like to talk. Our viewers know that I like to talk. I am not easily dumbfounded.
Yeah.
But I think just like Delano, the shock of seeing such an admission so early, I'm grappling with how to really take it in. Like I have so many questions where that is concerned. But if the results prove to be final and Fitz, the NDP's candidate, is successful in East Kingston, where does he, as a recent returnee, fit into our local politics? In terms of representation, do you think he understands the needs of the constituency enough? What is, I should say, a possible ministry that you think, if the NDP were to win, that he could possibly fit into? And if the NDP doesn't win, do you think they will make him a senator of some kind, or well, actually,
he'd be in parliament.
He would be in parliament. I should correct myself. He would actually be an MP, so he wouldn't be a senator. So where do you think he really fits in the political landscape of St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
It'll be interesting to see. It would be interesting to see for sure. And I think if based on the candidates' profiles and what they did before, a good fit for him would probably be foreign affairs or something along that lines. I'm not sure how they're going to develop their ministries if they do take government. But it seems like that would be a fairly standard fit for him. In terms of the constituency, well, I guess we'd have to see, because he's new. He's just back home. I guess he's getting his feet under him, figuring out the constituency, getting to meet people. I know people say that they came and he talked to them fairly extensively. So he might be good for that. A change from the previous representative. So I guess the other thing that we have to talk about, since we're talking about Fitz probably being the winner, is his actual plans that he announced for the East Kingston constituency, which would be the Dolphin Park or the water park down at Sand Hill Bay.
Ali, you can stop biting in that smile.
So I mean, I think he got a lot of licks for it, But it'll be interesting to see how he actually implements it. Should they?
If it is implemented.
And the toll at Tan Hill, I don't think I saw that in his little manifesto. But it would be interesting to see if he goes that route as well, and how that actually plays out with the public. We have to wait and see.
Okay. We're still on the issue of Luke Brown, and we have some new results. I will update.
I was about to say that. I wanted you to tell us about Leeward, because I'm looking at the results that they pop up, Pedra, not Leeward, Central Leeward, and so we know that this is where the ULP, the NDP has, we know that the country is virtually split in half, with the exception of Central Leeward. And so if you look at it, because I'm looking at it now, and I see that the ULP is leading in Central Leeward, and that they're also leading in South Leeward, as well as marginally behind in North Leeward. So I was hoping that you would give us those results.
Right. So as Delano just said, so the Leeward seats, let's start with South Leeward, and that would be Debbie Charles for the ULP. No, sorry, Minerva Glasgow, Dr. Minerva Glasgow. My apologies. And the NDP's Nigel Stevenson. Right. So for South Leeward, the ULP is currently in front with 204 votes to the NDP's 195. And as you can see, that's a figure of less than 10. Okay. And point to note that the NDP won this seat last election. So if Dr. Glasgow wins this seat, this election, she would have managed to flip that seat. A seat that has not been easily flipped since how long? Because before Nature, we had, was it Jerry George? Jerry George, Jerry Scott.
So Leeward was with ULP for 2 terms, then it went to NDP now for 2 terms.
Okay, thank you for that.
And it's quite marginal, because Jomo Thomas would have won by 118 last election. So it is definitely one of those seats to watch to see if.
Thank you for that correction. It's a marginal seat. We definitely have to keep that an eye on that seat to see if Dr. Glasgow is able to flip it in favor of the ULP. And let's move to Central Leeward. This constituency, I would admit, I have a lot of interest in. This is my constituency. And we have so far that the ULP is actually leading. The ULP's Brewster is leading with 360 votes. And the NDP's Benjamin Exeter is behind with 284 votes. That's a difference of about 76. And to put into context, Central Leeward would have been the constituency last election. Yes, Ali?
What polling stations are those, just for my mind?
For Central Leeward, I don't have the polling station information as yet.
Okay.
For Central Leeward, what is in so far for Central Leeward is the government school in Barrowley, the Methodist Church preschool in Layu, and those are the only 2 that I see here for Central Leeward that I've reported. And the total I mentioned
is polling station D, which is A to G for the government school and Bookman Bay.
And we know that Central Leeward would have been the constituency that had a lot of legal up and downs and battles last election, with the opposition claiming that the election was stolen, there was a recount, and this is something that took the parties to court about it. So this
and I watching sorry Teja, actually watching the rejected ballots as well, because they have 3 over there, so we'll see how that works.
We have 3 rejected ballots for Central Leeward.
Yeah, so far.
Okay. And then, so let's move on to North Leeward. And this was another hotly contested seat with the ULP's Carlos Williams coming up against the NDP's Patel Matthews. And these two are not unfamiliar to each other. In fact, they both contested the seat in the 2015 election. So currently, the ULP's Carlos Williams has a total vote of 323, with the NDP's Patel Matthews leading with 362, a small difference of about 39 votes. And I want to remind viewers again, this is another marginal seat that has flipped in past elections, having NDP, and then before that it was ULP. And so it is a seat that can go either way, that we definitely have to keep an eye on that. But we were talking about East Kingston, and I just want to remind our viewers, we will be taking a break shortly, right? Would you advise Minister Brown or candidate Luke Brown to run for East Kingston next election?
Well, honestly, I don't think we have a culture. I mean, I don't know if you're talking in the context of switching constituencies, which is something that we see in other countries, you know, in Jamaica, they switch constituencies and all these type of things. But we've not really seen a candidate run in one constituency and switch to another. So I think what you're asking is if you should reconsider politics, unless he's going to go in another constituency. I think it has a lot to do with how this election plays out, obviously. If the ULP are to retain power and he's given another ministry and he's able to function again for another 4 to 5 years, what have you, then you know he would have to reevaluate himself. And I think now, unfortunately, and I go back to this again because we have to really see how this election plays out. Because for me, him calling it so early and so on and what's happening, because even as the poll numbers trickling, I'm looking up now and I see that NDP has Bramble has 551 votes and Luke Brown has 469, a difference of only 82, yet they've already conceded. Of course, they have their agents and they know more than we know, obviously. But where does he go? Does he go again? There's usually 3 times the charm, and it wasn't the charm this time. So I don't know.
And when you put into context that Luke Brown is still fairly young, he's a youth. When you consider the age of other politicians in the system, it's a good question of where does he go from here. So I can imagine that he would certainly have a period of reflection following today's event. So it is 8:23 viewers. We have a long night ahead of us. We have a lot of talk left in us, and we have drinks. We remind you to grab your drinks. This is Wine and Chat. We will be chatting and we will be drinking wine and other drinks. Just make sure you're not going to drive after. Okay, so let's see of any new updates in terms of figures, and then we go right back into our discussion. And I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I'm seeing Sasha from Antigua and Barbuda. Good evening to you. The BVI has joined us as well, and to everyone that we've mentioned before. I'm seeing Candice is saying great discussion so far, and she's hailing out the panelists, Alika, Andre, and Delano. And she's happy to see you guys engaging in a much needed discussion of fresh young minds. So good evening to Candice and to all our viewers. It is now coming on hand, and this is unconfirmed reports. Sources are saying that the North Leeward seat, is it up by 20 or has won by 20? Ali, can you confirm?
The unconfirmed reports are 1 by 20.
Okay, so unconfirmed reports have that Carlos Williams has flipped. Carlos Williams is the ULP's candidate for the Northern Grenadines. Carlos James, it is being reported that he may have possibly flipped that seat by 20 votes. We are awaiting confirmation on that information at the moment. Okay, let's give an update of the scores.
It's actually the actual the early unconfirmed reports actually reminds me a lot of Trinidad's election. I don't know if you guys remember, but
election this year in Trinidad.
Yeah. When the official coverage was still receiving results, there was a report of the Prime Minister wanting to make an address to the nation. And he basically said that he had won. And, there were persons who were like, well, okay, well, we're still counting votes. I don't know how you know that. But it turns out that he was actually correct because, as we mentioned before, they have the agents on the ground and they have all the information. And if you organize well enough, you basically gather that information long before it's reported officially.
Great. That is Andre. Let's check our messaging to see who's watching and any other messages that may come in. Now, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we speak mostly of the NDP, the opposition party, New Democratic Party, and the ruling party, the ULP. But in fact, there is a third party, which is the Green Party. And in past elections, there would have been other parties that existed other than the two main parties. What do you think, what are the prospects of St. Vincent and the Grenadines moving away from the two-party system to have other political parties coming on stream that would be viewed as serious parties to vie for government?
For me, I don't think the two-party system is necessarily going anywhere. I think what we may see is an evolution on perhaps just practical reasons. Feasibly going forward, if you have the conversation about Luke Brown needing to reconsider his political career if he indeed has lost for a third time, I think that practically, if the NDP loses this election, they're going to need to have to go back to the drawing board in a sense, which may allow for a change in the party where it may revolve or devolve or separate. That dynamic or the dynamic of one of those major parties having a split, especially with perhaps key candidates moving away from them, I think maybe the emphasis first to move away from a two-party system, that it has to be guided by a basis that already exists, and then we move forward from there. Because we would recognize that it is very hard for someone to break into the political sphere in St. Vincent and the Grenadines just on the basis of tradition.
And while I mentioned the Green Party, there was another party that was campaigning this entire season. And that would have been a party that was headed by a youngster called, yes, UPP, Matt Doyle, and his color was purple. And I found it ironic that today the representatives of the ULP were wearing purple. And I just made that connection, like, this is his color. And I just thought it, something slightly funny to snicker about. But we will be taking a break at this time. We thank you for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Stock up on your drinks. Get a little bite to eat. And it's election night in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and you are looking at Wine and Chat's Election Watch, Voices of the Future. with Miss Alika Jones, Mr. Andrew Brown, and Dr. Delano D'Souza. And I'm your moderator, as you can see, Tedra Kirby. So don't go anywhere. We will be back after a short commercial pause. And welcome back to Election Watch, Wine and Chat's Election Watch for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Election 2020, Voices of the Future with Andre Brown, Alika Jones, and Delano D'Souza. So Mandy King is asking an important question. Can some of you young people run next election? What are you guys' political ambitions?
First of all, hi Mandy, and political aspirations right now. I think for me, I would love to run somebody's campaign next election to start off, and then I'd see what happens after that.
Ali, could you repeat that?
Oh, I would like to be a campaign manager for someone next election. I'm really probably into more of strategy or running behind the scenes as opposed to at the forefront.
Andre, what about you?
Zero interest. I am glad to be on the outside looking in. That looks like a very hard job and not one I'm cut out for.
Well, Delano, I would love to hear your response because you have been Vincent president, you've been guild president, you've been postgrad rep, you've been in student politics for a number of years. Do you have greater political aspirations?
I mean, that is something that I actively think about. For me personally, it's not about me. I of course, some of you will know I'm from Central Kingston, and I've lived there all my life. I've seen Central Kingston develop. I've moved around. I've lived in maybe 3 or 4 different communities, all within Central Kingston. So there is that, and I want to see Central Kingston and the country develop as a whole. Whether or not I would get into politics, it's something I kind of go with. I don't want to come around here, but I go with the divine. I go in where I'm guided. Currently, for me, I'm focused on doing a little bit more work and developing myself as an academic and my research and pushing that agenda. But we will see what 2025 holds.
Pedro, if you would
yes,
let me.
Andrew.
What I just remind me of something though. And somebody was messaging me while we were on the break. And we're talking about Luke Brown and what it means for him to lose all his elections. Does it mean that he's going to continue? I was reminded that the comrade had a very horrible record before he started winning. He had a record of about 3 or 4 losses before he started winning, and then he just kept winning from there on. So, it might be something to consider for Mr. Brown if he wants to pursue that path.
That's a very.
Do we consider though maybe trajectory and what Comrade would have envisaged for his career as opposed to what Luke may have envisioned?
And also the difference in terms of who they are as individuals.
And it's also at different times. It's also a very different
That's what I was going to say. It's a different time.
It's a very different time. The landscape is continuously changing. And what may be useful now may not be useful in 5 years. And what the time and the revolution of Comrade's era, I don't know who knows what circumstances would necessitate a change of trajectory. But it's a matter of whether or not Luke actually sees that for himself.
And you just raised a point that got me thinking. When we look at the Caribbean elections so far for 2020, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we didn't have a lot of young politicians. And when I say young politicians, not young politically, but actually age-wise, this cycle, I think Luke may have been the youngest or one of the youngest, and he was not successful.
I'm not sure about the age of Chevron.
Randy would be the youngest.
Oh, right, of course. Right.
Randy would definitely be younger than Luke, at least by a year.
Okay, so we have a few. But when you think of the fact that this is Luke's 3rd time, And you look at other Caribbean nations, we see in Jamaica, quite a few youths stepped out to the challenge to offer themselves up for election. Some of them were successful, some weren't. And we also see similar happening in Trinidad, even in local elections. But it's not as pronounced here. What do you think what about our political landscape that doesn't lend itself to that type of youth advancement in terms of being the candidate?
I think Andre may have touched on it earlier, in that our political machinery is basically activated at the time of election. I know the ULP would have the Unity Youth, and they may have a youth convention every year or every other year. And somebody like Orandi would have actually transitioned out of the youth into now actually presenting himself for a candidate. But that is not traditionally what happens. But I think it is also a question of representativeness of those who operate in these organizations and what do they see for themselves. Because we would recognize that our politics, there are those of us who think for ourselves as individuals, and some of us may go along for a family, or it may be out of obligation. I don't know. So the idea would differ based on why you are actually here. So do you actually see yourself contributing for the long haul or just for a cycle, as is tradition? I don't know. I didn't hear very much from the young Dems, which is interesting this year, because I know that the PRO is a youth, if I'm wrong. Am I wrong? The PRO for NDP, she's youth, right?
Yeah, she is.
She's right.
She's younger than I am, so I know she's.
So, but I find it interesting that the young Dems have not played a very large role in the election cycle for them this year. So I wonder if there is some disconnect there. And for me, it is also a question of when you look at the candidates that have put forward themselves and you look at the discussion of youth involvement, I think the NDP has missed the mark in terms of youth involvement. I know Chieftain may be the youngest candidate over there. Chieftain or Chevron may be the youngest candidates over there, I would assume. But I thought that maybe if you are going somewhat youth focused, in East St. George, they should have given, what's his name, a chance. Because at least it gives the idea that, you are involving more people, and especially more young people, so that other young people would be willing to put themselves forward because they can see that you're giving young people a chance at the state. So sometimes it seems a little bit disoriented for me.
But can I just jump in there quickly, Teja? I think there's a difference in terms of, and you guys spoke to the young Dems and the Unity Youths. I think the setup of these youth arms of these political parties in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is somewhat different. Because when you think about how the Y2K in Jamaica operates, even the youth arms, the PNP and so on, it's almost, I don't want to say a rite of passage, but it's almost like those organizations, those youth arms are meant to feed the senior membership of the party. Whereas in our case, it's almost a situation where those youth arms are being used for the purposes of drumming up election support and winning elections. So there's kind of that divide there. Of course, that purpose serves for the other countries as well. But I find there's a more development focus in terms of how they go about developing their youth. So we could think about Floyd Green from Jamaica, even Lisa Hanna and so on. These people who have come through almost the youth and so on and have come up through that. And we've seen that. But in our case, can you speak about somebody who has been the head of the Unity Youths or the young Dems that has moved on to senior politics, quote unquote? We don't see that. For me, in my mind, it's basically, okay, we need to have the young Dems because we need to. Pardon me?
But Dr. Bruce is a clear example of that.
But Ali, that's one example. So it's not the norm, I think, is what Delan was trying to say.
I understand that. But I would also think that to some extent, Sabutu would have also been a member of the youth organization who is still under 40 as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
So
take that point, but even I don't want to say it was a fluke almost, but I think there is not enough in terms of how the youth works in terms of developing the skills and the profile of the individuals and so on. It's almost like if you're good enough, if you're really, really good, like how Sabota perhaps was, then he would shine forward and they would say, listen, this guy has something now. But there's not enough happening but within the parties there to develop these youths with an eye towards the future is my feeling at least. I don't know.
I think I understand
that,
that,
which is why I say that it's quite cyclical. So we get very active during the election period, and then you fall off, and then a year out, you start again. So there is no continuous development of the individuals. So at election time, you fall into gear. If you think, you think. If you float, you float.
Yeah, and you see, you don't get the opportunity to...
Go ahead, Andre.
Sorry. You don't get the opportunity to also build your confidence, because what you find yourself doing is that you're part of the youth arm. Youth arm is active every 5 years. You know, how many cycles you're gonna get of that?
Before you're no longer youth.
Exactly. So you have to have a more, I guess, all seasons approach to it. You know, you can't just have a youth as a token that you use during election time to try and build up your support. If you want to encourage youth to be involved in the process all the way through.
That's a really good point, Andre, and I agree with that, because and then we see nothing, and then election is called, or we're in the 4th year and we know, okay, year 5 is coming up, let's go into gear. And I take your point and I agree with it, that if it is constant, then more young people stand a chance of developing into full-blown politicians. But again, it makes you wonder, what is the purpose of the youth arm? Is it simply to act as a promotional arm of the party? Is it a situation where it's there to develop holistically the people who are a part of it? What is the purpose? And I think in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, sometimes the purpose is somewhat muddled, that it's simply just a promotional arm, or the ones on the ground to do the footwork for the main party.
I just want to add, sorry, Tej, I just wanted to add to that too. And you guys made the point that these youth arms are kind of activated around election time. What that builds as well in terms of how our politics develops is it kind of builds an adversarial nature, or more adversarial than necessary needs to be. Because when you become active, it's almost election time. So you have to go on the offense. You have to be attacking the other party and so on. So there's not a time for you really as a youth arm to do any critical reflection in terms of, okay, you know, obviously we know you're still affiliated, you're a part of a political party. But I think what's missing from at least our youth development within these youth arms is that you have to kind of work on things like consensus building in terms of being like more modernized politics instead of the tribalistic feel like, okay, I can't disagree with my party, I'm in the youth arm, I have to go this direction and so on. And I think we really need to address that, because unless we tackle the role we have roots in politics, then we're going to have the same sort of tribalistic thing where I can't speak. Because I mean, me personally, I just give Jackie jacket, and I just give whoever needs stick, I just give them the stick when they need the stick. If I don't agree with the policy, I'm going to speak out about it. And I think we're kind of missing some of that objectivity within the youth sphere as well.
Yeah. And I think, to that point as well, sorry, Ali. To that point
go ahead,
as well,
Andre, Ali, you would go next.
Yeah. I think to that point as well, it goes back to the same idea of a national youth council or a national youth parliament. This is where you go as a youth without any kind of party involvement. You go and you discuss the issues that affect the nation. And you don't have that fear of disagreeing with your party, because there's no your party. There's just you and what the persons around you feel. And you go to the parliament, or you go to the National Youth Council, and you express those feelings. And that actually helps make the government stronger, because what happens is that you get feedback from the populace, which is what civic organizations are supposed to do. And we kind of lack that here.
So one of the themes within Caribbean elections this season seems to be low voter turnout. I believe in Trinidad, just about 58% showed up of the registered voters showed up to vote. And I think Jamaica was even lower than that. Jamaica may have hit lower than 40.
Yeah, 37%.
Yeah, 37. So they were lower than 40% that showed up to vote. And while we look at the numbers for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it seems as if we have also fallen into that trend of low voter turnout. For example, let me give some figures. And these, of course, are preliminary figures because the final votes have not been counted yet. But for instance, East Kingston, which has been declared, which has been unofficially declared, and as a result of Luke Brown conceding, we have a number of registered voters of 7,171. And so far, based on the tallied votes, the number of votes cast so far for the evening is just 1,028. Now, I am no mathematician, and I know the votes are not final, but that seems to be a low turnout. And we have other seats that follow a similar pattern. And again, I want to reiterate, these numbers are not final. Votes are still being counted. And from our standpoint, we can't tell how soon these votes would be completed. But I look at other areas such as Mariacua, with a number of registered voters, 6,798. And so far, the votes tallied come up to 1,111. And this is a common theme throughout the numbers that we are seeing so far. What do you guys think would be the reason for a possible low voter turnout, specifically in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
I wanted to take a pin on the idea of a low voter turnout. Reason being, the figures, I would question how many polling stations are in. For St. Vincent and the Grenadines, within the last 4 cycles, we have not fallen below 60%, right? Last election was actually higher than even in 2001, which was at 73%. And if we consider migration and those other factors, we also would recognize that a 73% when you consider migration and the fact that the list may not have been cleaned as it should have been, or it may not have been cleaned thoroughly, we would consider that a 93 is probably 80-something% in theory. So I want us to be very cautious in our approach to talking about a low voter turnout. As a voter, I went out today, and I don't know if it's that the polls were necessarily slow because there were constant voters all the way up until 5 o'clock, that when the station was closed at 5, there were approximately, there were 2 PDs where I voted. There were approximately 20 persons online at each. So the
PD?
question, what's a PD? So the polling division, right? So if you look at the list, you would see SLA1 or SLA, because based on how much people are in the polling division, they would split it to make it easier to manage, easier to count, and that kind of thing. So there were 2 stations there, and it was a constant flow pretty much all day. So I want us to be very, very cautious in given the idea of a low turnout so early, because we have to also recognize that if we consider how many polling stations are in 4 out of 6,000, and there are only 1,000 votes in, and we can also look at the statistics from this election when compared to last election before we start jumping to those conclusions, because I think there was an appetite this election for activity. So the rallies were very big. But I wonder if it's because they started out as virtuals as opposed to the usual ram bam that they have. So that by the time we got to the rallies, people turned out, and then that does not necessitate that they actually turn up on election day. So for me, if I were to look at voter turnout, it would be a conversation about the way political parties are able to mobilize their people to go out and vote on election day. Because you have very big audiences. You have, I don't know, I can't give an approximation of what crowd looks like. I don't do numbers very well. But you have thousands of persons at a rally and then thousands of persons on a live sale. And if you look at that, even if you consider the diaspora and the people that just wouldn't, even if they're supporters, they're not looking like that and they wouldn't go to a rally, but they would still go out and vote. That's why I would say it boils down to mobilization, in that if you have this support, how do you turn this support that you have had at the rally into actual votes that win elections? So
and speaking of mobilization,
to the party machinery.
Speaking of mobilization, I think just by observing, we saw quite a bit of that today. And I'm sure those of you living in St. Vincent may have even received the text saying if you need a ride to the poll, call such and such number. So there seemed to have been a much more active effort to get people to the polls, and that may have had a very significant impact on the turnout today. If I may switch to social media just to see some of the comments. SN Josie is saying, I think Luke is doing well for himself. There is a cause or revolution that he can champion, and it is only through multiple attempts and failures our successes actualize. And I think everyone can agree. Everyone fails at some point.
Yeah, I think we can appreciate that. Tedra, as you're doing that though, I wanted to kind of echo what Alika was saying, because I feel in our case too, when we're talking about voter turnout, we also have to take into consideration the fact that when Jamaica had their elections, when Trinidad had their elections, we were in the height of the pandemic, one. Also, the cases that were reported there and the number of deaths and so on were a major factor in terms of persons, in my opinion, and from the podcast and so on that we've discussed. A lot of the political pundits have felt that was a factor. In our case, if you look at what's been unfolded over the last month or so, it's like COVID-19 no existence in Vincent and the Grenadines. And because of that, I don't anticipate that we're gonna see any significant reduction in terms of the voter turnout, because you didn't even have to wear a mask at the polling station if you didn't feel like. So these are the type of things.
Well, there was
no, it was at least at my polling station, it was mandatory. They were giving out masks. You had to wear a mask.
They were giving at my polling station. They gave out masks. It was a recommendation.
What I can
tell you,
seems doubtful.
It was a recommendation.
No, I think I saw the Prime Minister. I think I saw the Prime Minister himself say it's an option. I saw that. So I mean, it's not to say wait name. He said he was saying we're giving out masks. And you can wear it if you want, you don't have to wear it if you don't want.
The police officer at my polling station insisted, but I can tell you that thing called social distancing went out of the window today completely.
I think my larger
social distance, Pedro.
But that's my point. I think my larger point is that there is no
floor and they're still right up under you. There was no social distancing here.
Yeah, so, I mean that's my point.
Social distancing, because I hate being online and someone up under me. You would think COVID would be the reason that you would back up. No.
Yeah, I think that's my point. There's no real fear of COVID-19 in my mind to the extent or to the level that there was in Jamaica, Trinidad, and so on, that could have impacted their voter turnout. So I think if the voter turnout is low, it really doesn't have, if it turns out to be low, because in my mind, I don't think it's going to be, but if it does turn out to be low, I don't think we can blame COVID-19 for that. I think it has to do with other factors.
I'm seeing Con Holder from Tobago commenting. He's saying a low voter turnout tends to favor the incumbents, and I think you guys have agreed to that. And a high turnout tends to indicate that people want a change. Now, speaking of
that is different, Tedra, that is different in the case of St. Vincent. In that I think if we go low turnout in St. Vincent, it is going to be a problem for the government. because
Okay.
there has been
Delano,
a
how do you feel
consistent
about that?
swing towards the party since 2001, where they have consistently, as I said before, maintained over 60%, which means that they have definitely brought the elections have been over 60%, which means that they have brought more people out to vote. So if I think, especially with an opposition in with a party in opposition for 4 years, it means that their people are thirsty for power. Their people are going to vote regardless. So a low turnout indicates that the governing party people are tired. For whatever reason, they're just not voting. So their people are staying at home.
Delano and Andre, what do you think about that?
I don't know if I would agree with that. I think sometimes when I mean, I haven't looked at the numbers in any great detail for Vincent, but I would imagine that if the turnout is low for the incumbent, it tends to mean not like similar to what Alec is saying is that, well, it's either that they're confident. They feel like whether or not I go, my party don't win. And whereas to the point that the person from Tobago is making, you usually see a high voter turnout when people are fed up. I mean, from what I've been seeing, obviously from a distance and so on, I think persons were feeling like the majority of persons in St. Vincent and the Grenadines were fed up. But I mean, I'm looking at the numbers now, and I'm seeing that the ULP is currently leading 7 seats, and the NDP is only leading 3. Of course, some constituencies have not reported any at all.
Yeah.
So you know, these are I don't want to say these are troubling times, but I could imagine that persons in the NDP camp are getting very concerned, especially because of some of the constituencies. For example, Central Leeward, the ULP is leading in Central Leeward, and we know that's a seat that was very contentious, the Ben Exeter seat and so on. We see that the ULP is also leading in.
It's funny. It's funny you should call it the Ben Exeter seat, given the fact that Exeter has never actually won it.
Won the seat. It's true, but he's who in my mind, he's at least associated, particularly because Orande is new, and there was a lot of questions. There were a lot of questions there. One, Orande is young, Orande is new. He's taking over from the ULP stalwart in the person of Sir Louis Straker, who of course was Deputy Prime Minister and held the seat for a long time. He actually came back to take back the seat. So when we think about things like that seat is particularly interesting because we are wondering, can the ULP really bring a novice or a newcomer to replace some magnate like Sir Louis and really run away with this thing, given how tight it was in the last election? So I'm particularly focused on that.
But I guess to that point, you have to look at the same for East Kingston.
Central Leeward was won by over 300 votes. That can't be tight when there were 3 seats for the NDP won under 150 votes. 300 and something is not tight.
Oh, fair enough, but I mean,
it's relatively tight though.
Allegations and the contentions and all of those things, and necessarily, you're saying, like, and I can see
it's contentious,
in terms of the
but not tight.
And yeah.
And then I think,
but I guess you could say the same thing though about the East Kingston seat though, because if you're saying that you had Luke Brown who's consistently been contesting the East Kingston seat, and the NDP brought a newcomer, not a young guy, but a newcomer, and was able to retain it. That kind of shows still that in terms of the bases, the party still have the bases where they had the bases before.
Right, so let's give an update. Sorry, Ali, go ahead.
I think what is interesting in Central Leeward, and I don't know if you guys are not on the ground, you may not have an idea of it, but it is the way that Sir Louis has transitioned, in that he is still very much there as a guiding force for Randy. And I have seen the way, I can't specifically speak to Barry, but I have seen the way that Leyu has embraced Dr. Brewster. And I think that is going to be a major factor in turnout in Central Leeward. And if you would look at Camelo's seat in East St. George and Carlos when he first ran in North Leeward, there were significant increases in the voter turnout when those new candidates came on the scene. And I would be very interested to see if that trend holds for Central Leeward, given how I have seen the ULP apparatus of people on the ground embrace Dr. Musa.
Talking of embracing. Now let me give an update, and I'd start specifically with this constituency, Mariaqua. Currently, the ULP's candidate Jimmy Prince is leading with 682 votes to the NDP's Wiley of 522 votes, a difference of 160. Now we're talking of embracing. Mariaqua chose, or the NDP chose to bring back someone, Wiley, from years ago to contest this seat for them. And on the ground, a lot of people, a lot of supporters of the NDP thought that the process in which Wiley was selected was problematic, in that people voted for Kirk De Silva.
Yeah, Cook, yeah.
Kirk De Silva, and Wiley was not initially selected by the local or lower committee.
I don't think he was even an option at the time.
And then he was approved by the central committee, the upper heads of the NDP. And one of the more vocal candidates who was vying for that position to represent the NDP was Philip Jackson. Considering all things, was it an error on the part of the NDP to put Wiley there as their candidate, as opposed to one of the other candidates that the constituency council was in bigger support of, be it De Silva or Jackson or even Bowman?
For me, I think it was, and I think the blunder, perhaps, it did not just speak to Mariaqua, but it also spoke to a very new leader's approach to things. So it called into question his approach as a leader, and it may have shaped how people look at him as a leader. Because although he took over in 2018 or somewhere thereabouts, I don't think people have gotten to know Friday. And for one of your first major moves to be something of that nature, it is telling for people who may consider you as an option if they were undecided, especially in Mariaqua, but in the wider country, because it speaks to a level of undemocratic practices where you don't even let this play out in private, right? And following that, you had members of the constituency council resigning and all of that. And at no point did you see a reconciliation. And I think that may have presented some problems for Dr. Friday's leadership because he had not actually put a stamp on it as yet. So for that to be one of the new things that he did, it was just, okay, where are you going with this?
Yeah, I like that. I like your point there, Alaika. I like your point, Alaika. But I think the way it was done is the problem. And I think we've seen it before where parties have decided on individuals to run for them that wasn't necessarily democratic. But the fact that, you had the runoff, you had the people decide on who they want to represent them. And then later on, the party decides, okay, well, yeah, you decided that, but I don't think this is the person that I want to do it. Maybe if it was a case where it was decided on from the start without the voting, it might have been a little bit different. But I think it may have left a bad taste in some persons in Mariaqua's mouth.
Delano?
Well, for me, I just flip it. I realize that them fellas here, Louis Straker come back and Carl shot. So let me try a thing. But no, all jokes aside, I think like you guys said, the process was very messy. I agree with Alaika in the sense that it was a new political leader who had just taken over. You really wanted these type of things to be smooth, to not be problematic. And if there are problems, that should be worked out behind the scene, because I don't think you would ever see that happening in the ULP now. And people would people would think about that. The general electorate would say, hey, nah, this man he have a full control of the party. And I think that was perhaps the initial interpretation of the situation by some voters, and perhaps that remained. But in terms of the candidate himself, of course, we know he's a stalwart, he's been there for years and so on. But I'm a big believer in renewal, in refreshment. And I think given the other candidates that were who put themselves forward to take over the seat, I don't know. I don't know that I would have chosen him. He's on the older side. He's going against Jimmy. Although Jimmy is, he's not Jimmy in a spring chicken. But at the same time, you know that Jimmy is well known. Jimmy used to read news for years. I grew up watching Jimmy every night. You understand? So when you think about it like that, you really wanted the best possible chance. I think perhaps that's why they went with somebody who they thought could perhaps had the name recognition and so on. But I think it definitely was an error in judgment for me.
So far we've had several.
You make that. Hold on, Tedros. Sorry, I just wanted to interject here in that.
I think Ali is frozen.
Right? But I find it's very interesting. You're not hearing me? No.
We're hearing you now. Go ahead.
Okay. The comparison between bringing back Mr. Wiley and Sir Louis is very interesting to me because Sir Louis didn't ever lose. But you brought back somebody that was defeated in '98, which was not even when which wasn't even when the ULP won the election. And you brought back somebody that was defeated. That America said, no, we don't want him, and you still go and bring this man back.
Them hoping that we forget.
You forget his name too.
So we're seeing finally some new votes coming in for Southern Grenadines. It's about time. We've been waiting on several constituencies so far, and Southern Grenadines was one of them. So Southern Grenadines, of course, we see has the ULP's Edwin Snag, who is running for a 5th term. And I think when I say a 5th term, a 5th attempt, because Edwin Snag, as much as he's been around with the ULP, he has never been elected by the people of Southern Grenadines. So if there is someone that you could say certainly committed to the process, is definitely Mr. Snag.
But when you look at it, Edwin Snag never out of work. And if we're being honest, no, I'm not. And guys, you know me. You guys know how to start my mind when it comes to a lot of these things. He's been director of Grenadine Affairs. He's been, a representative to the Whaling Commission, all of these different type of things. Despite his losses, he's never been out of a job. So why would I decide to start if win or lose my work show? But
I think you're up against it too.
That's a very blunt way of saying it, although it's very true, but it's also very blunt.
Yeah, I think the party recognizes as well that he's up against it, right? I mean, let's be honest, there's not really much chance that the Grenadine seats are going to be flipped to ULP. So anybody you put there, kind of putting them there to just take one for the team, kind of,
I think the ULP should definitely give Mr. Snag a few stripes. That is one dedicated soldier in this fight for sure. But the initial results coming in from the Southern Grenadines, Edwin Snag currently has 60 votes, and Terence Oliver of the NDP, the incumbent, he's been the representative for Southern Grenadines for at least 3 terms by now, I suppose. And he has 194 votes. So Snag is trailing by quite a bit so far. I was going to ask, what would you attribute to this continued attempt? But Delano has pretty much summed it up before I even got...
you know how to start my mind.
But you guys mentioned something really important about Dr. Friday and his leadership. This is the first election that he is contesting as the leader of the opposition. Having followed in the shadows or in the footsteps of Annie Eustace for years, was it ever a chance, or was there ever a chance for Dr. Friday coming in as the new leader to make a bigger splash on the scene, on the electorate, on the voting pattern, having coming into this post quite recently?
I think for me, in terms of Dr. Friday's leadership, and by the way, I welcome Dr. Friday's leadership as he's been a breath of fresh air to me, particularly in terms of in the context of the NDP and the position of Anne and Eustace, who over the years. But for me, I think even when he was introduced, it was in a hail of internal conflict. We could remember Major Cynthia Leacock and Daniel Cummins. The transition of leadership wasn't there. We always felt that to some extent now we've seen them kind of come together, but initially you almost felt like, hey, now, who really running the show here? Is it Major? So a lot of persons were questioning whether he had the whole of the party. I think as we've moved closer to the election, people have seen a side of Dr. Friday that we have not seen previously, in the sense that he's always been personable and so on, but now it's out there. So I like his style of leadership. I feel it's very down to earth. He's not as combative. But again, guys, I feel in the region and in particularly small islands or in the OECS and so on, persons like their leaders to be combative. People like their leader to refer to, to be. We speak about charisma all the time. I don't think Dr. Friday lacks charisma. I think it's a situation where you have a comparison, as they should. People are comparing him to the prime minister. But I think when you look at these things and you kind of step back and you say, hold on, and is Friday the man to move this party forward? Certainly for me, out of the crowd that the NDP has now, he is. But if they lose this election, I think again questions are going to be asked. But this is his first election that he's lost. As if they go on to lose, this will be his first. And you get used to how many. So, but his leadership for me, I think, is refreshing. Is what I'm saying. I like his approach to leadership, but I don't know if it's gonna in an age where PM Gonzalez is such a big figure. He kind of appears. Dr. Friday kind of appears minute sometimes when you stack him up there. So.
I like how Andre. Would you like to add anything?
I think Delano summed up very well there. I don't think I could add much to that, except to say that it was interesting to see how the party handled the conflict that occurred internally. And it took a while for the other persons who were emerged as possible leaders to kind of get in line. And I'm wondering if that may have affected, or if it will affect the way persons see the party itself, and if they're still wondering if that is still something that's under the surface.
Okay. If I may look at the scores, just to give an update. So for the East Kingston seat, we have that the NDP is leading with a difference of 82 votes. In the West Kingston seat, we have the NDP leading by 387 votes. In the South Leeward seat, we have the ULP leading with a difference of 9. For Central Leeward, we have the ULP leading with a difference of 76. For North Leeward, we have the NDP leading in these figures by 68. We, however, have had unconfirmed reports that the ULP has basically declared that they're the winner of that seat. We await final confirmation. We have Marikwa, the ULP is leading by 160. East St. George, the ULP is leading by 106 votes. West St. George, the ULP is leading by 138. North Windward, the ULP is leading by 29. North Central Windward, the ULP is running away with this one, leading with 627 votes. South Windward, the ULP is leading with 83, with a difference of 83. We're still awaiting results from South Central Windward. And the Northern Grenadines, Dr. Friday, is leading with a difference of 1,087. And for Southern Grenadines, Terence Oliver, the incumbent for the NDP, seems to be leading with a difference of 365. We're talking leadership, right? Party leadership. PM Gonsalves is getting older, as we all are, admittedly. It is likely, given his age and given the historic significance of this election, should he be returned to power, of making it to a 5th consecutive term, it is expected that following this term, PM Gonsalves would step aside. And I say expected because this is what was thought of as happening last election leading up to this one, and it did not happen. So in his stepping aside, the ULP would be transitioning to a new leader after a very long time. We've heard talks of it being Camilo Gonsalves, which is his son. We've heard talks of some people saying it's going to be the Minister of Agriculture, which is Saboto Caesar. Whoever takes up the mantle, how difficult do you think the feat would be to step into a leadership role following Dr. Gonsalves?
For me, the difficulty would present itself in what the economy looks like. I think even if Prime Minister Gonsalves has, in fact, said it on multiple occasions this election that this would be his last election as political leader of the party. So for all intents and purposes, he is essentially on his way out. I think we would have to look at the economy and probably look at the. Am I frozen?
We're hearing you.
Okay. Yes, we would have to look at the approach of the new leader in terms of how he will be general diplomat, social democratic principles of the Unity Labour Party. I know that, well, my assumption would be that even if Dr. Gonsalves steps away from being political leader, he would still somewhat be there, I don't know, in a mentorship capacity or what. But I think it's going to be a question of how both prospective persons set themselves. I don't. So if you have perhaps a year or two, make your mark, get people into the idea of you as leader and what they would want to see. For me, I know that, we are heavily leaning to Camelo and Sabuto, but I would wonder if we could probably throw 2 other youngsters' name into the mix. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen ULP rallies, but the way that Randy Brewster has going with him, and as a man from somewhere like Layu, I can see certain elements of the party rallying around somebody like Randy Brewster for leadership, depending on if they win, what kind of portfolio he is given and how he performs. I mean, he would be a novice, so that may be out of the question. But I think that it is perhaps still very early days for us to, just give it away. And in what way we give it away. But I think the economy and how they approach, developmental plans, if Sabuto continues as agriculture minister, the kind of development that happens with agriculture, depending on what portfolio Camilo is given if he remains as finance minister. I mean, I think it may be naturally assumed based on the trajectory from most Caribbean countries that prime ministers are generally finance ministers, that is what Camilo has been lined up for. But I think it's a question that we would have to look at, and also who will be deputy prime minister now that Sir Louis is heading out, if you are considering that these 2 are up for leadership positions. Who's going to be the deputy prime minister right now?
So, Delano or Andrew, would you like to add? Because I have some follow-up questions based on what Ali just said.
Yeah, I mean, I think depending, I'm not sure how they're gonna do it. I think they normally do it through democratic means, and it will be interesting to see who the party decides to take over from Dr. Gonsalves. Given his departure, he says, I think within the next 2 years, although he did say he was going to be leaving in 2011. So, it's a few years after that now. But yeah, it would be interesting to see who the party decides would be the next person in charge. And what that would mean for the other person, if that would mean they would fall in line or if they would, be disgruntled or what have you.
Given the two major names that have been thrown out there in terms of Soboto and Camilo for the next leadership of the party, and maybe there are other people within the party that have these political aspirations, who do you think, and I'm seeking your opinion on this, is best positioned to lead the ULP in a post-Ralph Gonsalves era?
Listen to me, Tezra, and you're not going to talk my talk. I have, me personally, I don't know the rest of St. Vincent and the Grenadines feel. I have a fundamental opposition to the leadership of a country being passed from father to son. That is me personally. That is those are my views. Persons might disagree. If we think, and I don't mean to get overly political or overly controversial, but if we look at the trajectory of these two persons, perhaps who are being touted as the replacement for the prime minister, I think most persons, and I've heard it expressed to me several times, most persons feel like one of those persons has really put in the work and the time, and another person has had the other person has had the way paved for them. And I won't say anything more on that. But suffice it to say, I am in agreement in many ways on that. Not to say that persons don't make the effort and make the best of the opportunities and that they've contributed in significant ways. I don't take that aside. But for me personally, I would have difficulty with such a transition. It is a democratic process, and so you can't relatively democratic because everybody don't vote. You know how that will work because it's an internal party election, and by virtue of the fact that they have the majority and so on, and how they will dictate how government is formed. But for me, personally, I have some difficulty with that. Whether or not it will happen, whether or not the person might do a good job, perhaps. But for me, I'm in opposition to that. In terms of other persons in the party, I heard persons were speaking about possibly Luke Brown training his head in the ring for that. But I think tonight's concession and loss says that perhaps it tells me my gut is that I don't think anybody trained their hat anyway. He won't be training his hat. I don't know. But I think that the ULP, I was thinking going into the election that they were in need of desperate renewal. But based on how the results are coming in so far, it seems like if the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines believe that the comrade have another 5 years, then it's easy. And that's just based on how the numbers are looking so far. I thought it, and even the way how the ULP has structured their manifesto, and so they very much sold the prime minister and his leadership as one which the country requires at this point in time. So apart from the photos of him with next to Camilo and Soboto, there really hasn't been much talk recently about the transition.
But do you think that was strategic going into this election?
Of course, 100%. I think they felt, or the strategists felt, that the people were concerned about his age. If you recall to the last election in 2015, when I think Arnhem Eustace was 71, the cry from the ULP was that he is too old to be prime minister. Now we fast forward to 2020, the prime minister is now 74, 3 years older than Arnhem Eustace was 5 years ago. And all of a sudden it's okay for him to be 74 and be prime minister. So I say hypocrisy. And then, so that's just the facts. Huh? That is not me leaning on any one side or the other. Those are the facts. That was the position of the party. Then you should not be so old to be prime minister. And now things have reversed. And now they're saying, oh, well, the comrade had a lot of life left in him and so on. I agree. come and say he had to dead, and I, you know, and I hope that he lives a long life. But I'm saying that we flip flop on certain issues and we kind of move things around. But of course, I think it was strategic. I think they felt that some voters were concerned about the transition, so they strategically put those little photos next to one another and so on to get people saying, well, you know, something coming in the succession. But by doing so, they kind of avoided speaking about it as an election issue.
So it's almost seeming like we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's win first, and then we would revisit
Precisely
that conversation. And Ali mentioned the fact that Camilo has been positioned as the Minister of Finance, and the transition usually from Minister of Finance to Prime Minister. So based on how the cards or the stars are aligning, it is likely that will be the outcome. But it would be interesting to see how it plays out when the ULP gets to that bridge, how well the party would be able to cross it, and how smooth that transition will be. Because I know whoever is coming in is going to be walking in a big shadow for a very long time. So that person is going to have a task ahead of them, exerting their personality and their individuality and their leadership style onto a party, having to step in after Dr. Gonzalez. So let's
there's a statement that you're not supposed to follow a great man, right? Because when you follow a great man, you know, you end up looking small.
That is true. Let me say good evening to our friends in Grenada. Kester Joseph, Andre Kester says good evening. Zuti.
Yeah, we're going on, Zuti.
And to everyone logged on and who have been following with us all evening, we're so appreciative. This is a different approach to the politics of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We've seen the overly experienced and the ones who have been there for years. But we wanted to offer a youth perspective. And I'm so thankful to the Wine and Chat team for providing this platform for us to talk, for us to examine, and for us to discuss the results as they come to hand. So let's see if there's an update. Southern Grenadines still has the NDP in the lead. So too does Northern Grenadines. And I think we can call Northern Grenadines for the NDP right now.
Some media houses have already called in the Prime Minister's seat and the opposition leader's seat. They've already projected that they will hold those seats.
Which is fair. I can't fathom a situation where the Prime Minister or the opposition leader would lose their seats in this election. So that's very fair. In terms of calling seats, we still have some time ahead of us this evening. But how do you see, what is your prediction for the end of the evening? Who will form government? And if so, by what margin?
My prediction right now is probably 9-6. Given that Luke is out, I mean, I could give it 10-5, but South Leeward has, I think, proven to be quite challenging. I'm looking at the official statistics right now. For what I know to be the voting patterns of the constituency, I do not foresee that Dr. Glasgow should be able to win, because Camden Park is 45% of South Leeward's constituency. So for her to win, she's going to need to pull out significantly out of Vermont and those other areas. And from the results that I have seen, she has not done so significantly. So it is unlikely that I think she would be the representative. But I think the general air is that Dr. Brewster should win in Central Leeward, and North Leeward unofficially perhaps should be won. So I would give it 9-6 right now, based on the science of it.
Okay, so Ali is calling 9-6 in favor of the ULP. Andre or Delano, would you care to offer what you think? And let me pose this also to the public. For those of you viewing online, what do you think would be the end result of the evening, and in favor of whom? You can let us know via whichever medium you're watching. We can see all of the comments, whether it's YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Share with us, who do you think is going to win the election and by what margin? So Delano or Andrew, would you like to share your thoughts?
Do we have any results from North Windward so far?
Results from North Windward. We have North Windward. We have the ULP with 347 votes and the NDP with 318. That's a difference of the ULP leading by 29 votes.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is that I was looking at even before we started this evening would have been East Kingston, North Windward, and the Leeward seats. And if we're seeing that North Windward looks like it's going to stay ULP, and we might have a swing in North Leeward, I think I might have to agree with Anaika with the 9-6.
Delano, Dr. Souza.
Well, I want to make the disclaimer that I'm not a political analyst, but I would have to go on where because I'm looking through the constituencies now, and I'm looking at Central Kingston. We know we feel Major can hold on there. East Kingston, we know the ULP has already conceded. West Kingston, the NDP has a margin of 387 now, based on what I'm looking at. South Leeward, only 2 votes separate them in South Leeward currently, based on what has been officially counted. There is Central Leeward there, just a difference of 76. So when you kind of go down, Marco, they're leading. So if you go by what, I'm not going to make a guess. I'm going to go by what is currently known. So I'm looking at my screen here, and I'm seeing that the ULP is leading 8. The NDP has 6, and I will probably add 1 to that and it's say 9-6. And I say, if I add the seat that is missing, but I would say 9-6 as well.
I think 9-6 is a safe answer, and I even earlier this week.
So it could be an 8-7 again now, but I don't know, guys. This
week, Delano. Earlier this week, I said publicly that I think it would end up 8-7 or 9-6. I didn't see it going beyond 9-6, but I'm constantly reminded that 2020 has been a very strange year. So I'm not counting anything out until every vote is counted. What I can tell you is the people of Barley are already celebrating Brewster's win. We are still awaiting.
But what I was going to say, Tedra, is that if the ULP does manage to retain victory, you'll be interested to see what the differences are in terms of the votes, in terms of how much votes swung to the NDP, if any at all, or if how many swung to the ULP. I'll be very interested for a 5-term government to see how the people reacted to that.
And that's a good point, Andre, because if it does in fact goes 9-6, as everyone has predicted, then that would mean that based on the 2015 results, that the ULP has actually gained a seat. So there is clearly something that the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines believe wholeheartedly, that the ULP government is doing correctly, and that the opposition party has not been able
I'm looking at, you know me, I'm here looking up, I just opened my tweet deck and I'm looking through, and a lot of persons are saying that, I don't know, clearly they know more than that, but a lot of persons are saying that North Leeward has been flipped by Carlos James. And there seems to be some jubilation going on there as well. Of course, we know Carlos James is the Speaker of the House currently. His profile, much like was done with Luke Brown, his profile has been raised by giving him prominent positions within the government. And you can see the strategy behind it. And he's been eaten away in terms of the narrow margin in the last election. So I'm seeing on social media that that seat has been flipped. Of course, no confirmation yet. And based on the official numbers that are being fed to us, that has not. But again, like I said, I think there's only a 2-vote difference there now. And based on what I'm seeing for North Leeward, there's only a difference of 2 votes now. So and based on the narrow margin in 2015 too, and the work and the prominence of Carlos James now, I could see that going. In another direction because so it is possible.
The other thing to look at for North Leeward is what effect has the medical marijuana push had on that community up there. We know that a lot of the traditional farmers might be from that area. So does that have any kind of effect?
I like that your side of the island now. You and Teja, I suppose you can tell me a little bit more there.
I remember saying to someone last week that, let's make no bones about it, North Leeward is the unofficial capital of marijuana in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A lot of farmers in the industry, even before St. Vincent and the Grenadines, made a push towards marijuana. We know for a fact that this was a staple of the North Leeward constituency, and we can see it even in the campaigning of both of the parties, because I saw it as a fight almost in terms of trying to attract that voter. On one hand, we had the ULP, Patel Matthews, saying that they're going to legalize recreational marijuana. I think something of that sort, that you would be allowed to grow up to 4 plants or something like that in your backyard. Something about being allowed to grow plants. And then we had the ULP saying that they were actually going to give traditional marijuana farmers lands on which to cultivate. So I think by even the party's own admittance, there was a need to address this segment of the voter population. So perhaps it paid off, but I'm sure that would not have been the only thing to consider where North Leeward is concerned. I believe Chateaubelair got a smart hospital within the last 5 years. Ali, I stand corrected.
Yeah, they got a smart hospital, and they're also working on the development. Well, they're working on the jetty that was damaged, I think, in 2013. So they're redoing that. You would also consider Cumberland Plainfield, continuously promote and that kind of thing. I mean, personally, I would like to see more development in North Leeward, because I think North Leeward has so much potential, especially for our tourism product. I would personally like to see a lot more development in North Leeward. But I guess if indeed, the seat has been won by the ULP, I guess those projects would have been significant a boost to Carlos's profile.
Let's go to our social media. Charmaine Joseph Barnwell is saying, I think that strategy worked against Luke. This year was unfortunate in testing his ability to man up to the act. Many people don't like the way COVID was handled, despite it being handled well. It was really due to Dr. Keza Beach and not really Luke. Some people don't feel confident in his abilities just yet. And this is something we addressed earlier. Was it a situation, was the issue Luke, or was the issue Luke was dealt a hand that was difficult to play with?
I think it was a difficult hand, especially coming off the heels of COVID. And then you were, I think, with a lot of inactivity for the children being at home, that the children were so hard hit by dengue. And in so much as I think these diseases, especially like dengue is a seasonal something that I think citizens have to take some level of responsibility for. I think coming off the heels of COVID and the handling of COVID, that dengue, the outbreak of dengue, the increased numbers of dengue and the deaths surrounding dengue were just very, very unfortunate for him. In that it felt like he had a mammoth task. And health is it's a large ministry, with so many moving parts. And the minister is the political head. So I think sometimes we also have to look at policy versus practicality versus action, and how much of those things are actually on the minister's back.
Just to add to that, I mean, health in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is one of those things that the people, the population of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, generally believe is subpar. And when you compare it to other places in the region and so on, I mean, of course, I'm not speaking from that perspective. I'm speaking about the Vincentian perception. The Vincentian perception is that our healthcare system is not where it should be. And if you add high-profile issues such as dengue and COVID-19 into the mix, it makes for a dangerous cocktail. One which is definitely going to highlight or accentuate how the people feel about health. So even if those two events didn't happen in terms of the dengue and the deaths and the COVID-19, generally I don't think if you ask people if health in St. Vincent is going well, a lot of people would say no. But I think given those, it kind of brought everything to the fore in terms of health, and it's unfortunate. Perhaps without those things, there would have been one of those low radar issues nonetheless, but a lot more low radar. But because of these instances here, it really came to the fore. And you know, Vincentian people and people in general, any life lost is too much. And so when you hear and young people dying at that and so on, and not to mention the NDP strategy, because the NDP played hard on health and brought it as an issue on the election, on the campaign. So you can't, it's not just about his performance really, it's the perception of his performance when you take into consideration the push that the opposition made about health as an issue in the reality.
That's a good observation, because when we consider the opposition's approach, they literally labeled Luke. And it almost seemed like they put a label on Luke, Sleepy Luke or something like that. And people
reminds me of Sleepy Joe, but Sleepy Joe went in. Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah, but it brings up another thing. If this was the case where a lot of people are unsatisfied with healthcare, how come Luke was the casualty of that and not the ULP, not the government? What played into
Luke
that?
Is the face of health. Luke is the face of health. Now, the thing is, there are some ministries where ministers do not become the face because they are not so high profile. But Luke is the face of agriculture right now. Luke is the face of health. Camelo is the face of finance. It may be a question of their leadership and personality and how they take control of things, how they embody things. That may be the question. But as health minister, I think for some reason, or for, I don't know if it's obvious reasons, he became the embodiment of health. He was the face of health for the entire term. There wasn't a cabinet reshuffle where he was moved to something else, his first ministerial post, and he retained the post for 5 years. So obviously he gets the label of health. And if you would note that there are people like to see their leaders, there are some press conferences where he was notably absent, and the chief medical officer would be the one carrying on the thing. So I think people make the considerations because our system is one where you are duly a representative of the people as in your constituency. And if you hold a ministerial position, you are expected to perform dual purposes and be present in both. And when you are going through a crisis, a health crisis, where I think COVID was one of those things that it felt out of our control. So you basically wanted someone to take the reign and say, okay, like kind of like a father-child situation of you taking the reins and say, this is how we're going to deal with X, this is how we're going to deal with Y, and this is how we're going to get over this thing, and we're all going to be okay and jolly. And I don't think that people got that from Luke. having been the face of health, and he would have suffered for it.
Let me read some comments from Charmaine online, who's saying health is subpar because of the people. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not greatly disadvantaged, especially with the availability of medicine. Healthcare is advanced in many other countries because of less free facilities and higher taxes. However, we are a political nation, and every malpractice is the act of the government, not of the practitioner. She continues, many nurses and doctors have poor bedside manner and are sloppy. We need to hold individuals accountable and not parties. Warner says that the government didn't handle the dengue fever correctly, and you're right, it's not Luke's fault because at the end of the day, he doesn't make the final decision. Kiki France is saying, I agree that the government was not held accountable, but rather the individual. So Luke was basically the sacrificial lamb.
Guys, I just wanna jump in here because I'm seeing News 784 reporting that the Gonzalez administration has won an unprecedented 5 terms. Of course, we're still following the official count that is happening, and that information is being fed to us. But I just wanted to point that out, that there seems to be celebration afoot, and this is of course, I know a lot of persons have objections as to the veracity of this particular some of these new online news outlets. But I just wanted to point out that is some of the information and the credibility. And I myself share such concerns, but I just wanted to share you guys, because I mean, it's a lot, and it reminds me of last night or night before when Fox News had come out and say that that called Arizona. And there was big pass over it because it was too early, and Arizona is still being counted and so on. But I mean, it just reminds me of that. But I thought I would let you guys know that this isn't, when one pop up, the other going to jump on this bandwagon now in terms of these online outlets. Let's see. I think the danger about this too is that a lot of regional persons look at these online stories. It's something that's apart from what we're discussing now, but it's an issue for the election and beyond. A lot of our regional people and the regional other media houses in the region see these stories, they replicate them, they take them for granted, they speak about them. And then St. Vincent, there are people all over the world now messaging me and saying, 5 in a row and all these type of things. This is because of this, what's happening in terms of these outlets and so on. But just wanted to jump in with that, guys.
I'm in South Leeward and I can hear horns. I don't know who's horns, but I can hear horns. So they're celebrating something somewhere.
I think the people of Barley have accepted the preliminary results of a Brewster victory, because I'm seeing videos surfacing from Barley where ULP supporters have already taken to the street to celebrate Dr. Brewster's victory in the Central Leeward seat. And since we're discussing Central Leeward, this will be the second time that Ben Exeter, if the polls close as it's being projected to close, that Ben Exeter has lost Central Leeward. As we've asked about Luke, where does Exeter go from here, suffering a second defeat in this constituency?
Can I ask how many defeats did Hull suffer at the hands of Sir Louis? I don't know. I know there were probably about 3 that I can count. Did he start running at the same time as Sir Louis in 94?
If who did, sorry?
Norrell Hull.
Hull went about 3 or so terms, or maybe even more.
Will Exeter do that though? That's the question. Is Exeter
will Exeter
that kind of person who can be Alex Board?
And I mean, I am looking at the online official stuff on election.gov.bt, and there are about 8 polling stations in that Orandi has won in all of them. Even Curtains, which is usually marginal, he seems to actually be holding his own in those. And if you can go by marginal seats, having won his traditional seat, I think it will be safe to say that Exeter may be in for more significant beating if I can take some of the Louis goods than he had last time. So
What
for
would you
him, it's also a
contribute to this,
question.
Ali?
Huh?
What would you contribute towards the people of Central Leeward's refusal to accept Exeter, or elect Exeter as their representative?
I think it is, in so much as it is a refusal of Exeter, it is also an ownership of their own, I think, because looking at the campaign, I have seen them embrace Orandi in a way that I have not seen people embrace a new candidate. And even in the face of, I know he faced some criticism in terms of his certificate and that kind of thing. And I think we can tie that into, youth representation and a youth coming from an area like Fisher Road, where people do not have an expectation of them doing too well. And for people to come for his credentials, I think that probably propels him even further. Because, we have a culture of people trying to keep ghetto youth down and all these things. So I think that may have also aided in the ownership of people of Orandi and it being their experience. So they took him on board. And as much as it is a refusal of Exeter, it is an embrace of Orandi.
But the embrace of Orandi is a refusal of Exeter because they have a choice of food.
But what I'm saying is that it may not be that, okay, but we clearly don't want Orandi. We clearly don't want Exeter. That is what we're saying. But it may not be a case where we are saying that he is all bad. But we would much prefer and more clearly see representation for us. And it may also be a case where Exeter, although I know he spent the significant amount of the 5 years within the constituency, that people still have not taken ownership of him because perhaps he is so heavily based in the diaspora or these other things that people have not taken ownership of him as much as they have taken ownership of Dr. Brewster. That you see a man with his wife. And it also goes back to the socialization of us all wanting to excel. You see a young man having achieved what he has achieved with a young wife and a family that he is quite clearly celebrating. And it is a reinforcement of an ideal that a lot of people would want. So they look at it and why not celebrate him and say he is ours and he should get this too. And I think that a lot of that is what happened in Central Leeward, especially for the people of Layu, that the people of Layu has taken him as their own. He is theirs.
And that's the other thing that you mentioned, that the people of Layu and Central Leeward has never elected someone in Barley. Or I shouldn't say in Barley, from Barley. And Barley, I think we can go on record to say, Barley makes up the majority of the constituents in Central Leeward. Is that not the case, Ali? You're on mute.
Can't be certain. I know that Barley maybe are very heavily popular. I would definitely give it to Barley. So,
and historically, Barley, Central Leeward has never elected someone from Barley. And for me, as a resident of Barley, that stands out. Because even when there was someone who lived in Barley being elected in a by-election ages ago, which was Mrs. Ash, she was originally from Layu. So the men, or in her case, the woman from Layu, is easier selected. Of course, there was Maxi from Bokoment, but a candidate from Barley is not easily chosen. And if that candidate is chosen to represent the party, that candidate seems to have a much more difficult task of trying to get elected than someone from other areas of Central Leeward.
Are you talking about? No,
Go ahead,
I was
Delano.
gonna say, I was just,
Let Delano go ahead.
sorry, I was just gonna say you were asking how much of Central Leeward is made up by Barley. Barley represents in terms of registered voters 3,005 of the 6,700 voters in that constituency. So Barley does make up just under half.
More than
And
half?
no, it's 6,700. So it's just under half.
That's 6,000.
Yeah, it's just under. But I mean, when you look at it, look, even comparing Layu in terms of registered voters is 2,100, and then Bookham and Curtin, they make up 1,500. So by far,
And
Barley
Curtin's
makes
is
up the most.
Barley.
Yeah,
You would give
basically.
Curtin to Barley.
So yeah, that makes
Yeah,
it
so
more than half.
I think there's a larger question at hand in that it may not have to do with where you're from, right? Because political parties would select candidates based on how you align their philosophy, how you're going to work with the team. So is it a larger question that in a race of how much ever people, a candidate from Barley has just not been, for want of a better word, as good as a candidate from another community. And it is not a reflection of people from Barley not being good enough to represent the entire constituency, but it's just that from a field of candidates, this one better aligns with a certain political party. And I think if you're talking about a political party, cohesion is one of the essential tenets of that. So do you go for just broad-based representativeness as opposed to someone who fits in with your narrative? And as we're on the topic of representation, when you look at these very large constituencies,
I think Ali has frozen. So we're just keep the discussion
one representative.
because Ali froze.
I just want to say, right, that if you recognize the internet only sticking, let me say that done. I'm not even gonna say that. Just cool.
The internet for Ali, I don't know what Ali's provider is. The internet is sticking heavy with Ali at times.
Is that's flawed digital there, Ali? No, maybe just don't answer.
That's slow. Trash internet. Trash.
Wine and Chat takes no responsibility for that comment made by Miss Jones, who's appearing as a panelist on our show at the moment. So we have some figures from West Kingston. I just saw that Daniel Cummins is leading Deborah Charles by 708 votes at this time. And this is also going to be her second time running. And we're going to switch the conversation, since we mentioned Deborah Charles, to women and politics in St. Vincent.
Not to cross you, but I'm being fed the information by our team here. I don't know if you look at the feed, it's saying that North Leeward is fully in and that the ULP.
I'm seeing that.
It's been for the ULP, so we can go ahead and call North Leeward for the ULP officially.
So ULP is being called for the North Leeward, is being called.
And we know that's a flip as well. We know that's a flip from.
And that is a flip because Pathel Matthews has served at least 3 terms as MP. 3 or more.
Okay.
Are you seeing the results though?
Like 7 votes.
That is by 7 votes with 13 rejects.
And that's what I was about to highlight. I think they may go to a recount.
They would all be recounted regardless of what the results are tonight. The final count takes place tomorrow.
Because with that slim of a margin and with that many rejects, I think they would certainly go to a recount. But when you look at North Leeward, 6,182 registered voters. and the voter turnout was 4,580. If we're looking at rejected ballots, I am so for North Windward, so far there are 5 rejected ballots. For North Central Windward, there are 10. South Central Windward, 3. South Windward, 20. Mariaqua, 8. East St. George, 44 rejected ballots. West St. George, 14. East Kingston, 22. West Kingston, 21. South Leeward, 12. Central Leeward, 19. North Leeward, 13. Northern Grenadines, 18. And Southern Grenadines, 17. 40.
Is it that we think that maybe people are using that as a form of protest? Do we think that we're at that point in our democracy? Or is that just people not knowing how to vote?
I think that people not doing. I think those are legitimate mistakes. I don't think you can stand up for 2 hours and go in a poll and purposely spoil your ballot. You can just stay home, Jack. Honestly.
So I find 44 to be high, considering that of the votes cast, well, I guess it's not that high, but 4,964 votes. But when you look at the other spoiled ballots in the various constituencies, East St. George has the most spoiled ballots. So I'm curious as to what happened in East St. George that there were so many spoiled ballots compared to other constituencies.
While you're on that, Tetra, just to note that the spoiled ballots in 2015 was 202 in total. Huh?
It's 202 in total, and currently we've surpassed that because so far we've had 226 spoiled ballots, and all of the count isn't in as yet. So it's more than likely that that figure will go up.
But it is also likely that tomorrow at the recount, it may go down because there would be a reassessment of the vote. So I think spoiled votes and reject votes have to be approached very cautiously because we don't know what would happen tomorrow when they are all recounted, what would be accepted.
That is very true. So in terms of updates, we're calling North Leeward for the ULP. We're calling East Kingston for the NDP. We're calling the 2 seats for the leaders for their parties, of course. I think that's a given. It would have been a very strange situation to hear Dr. Gonzalez or Dr. Friday losing their seats. Not impossible, certainly not impossible, but it would have been a little strange to say the least.
Ted, I don't know if you're seeing here, but we're being told as well that the NDP is actually leading in the popular vote at this point in time by 15,413 votes to the ULP's 14,440. So the NDP, at least for now, is leading in terms of the popular vote. Of course, that means nothing because we have first past the post, but I'm just saying they are leading in terms of the popular vote so far.
Because
I mean, it kind of means something in terms of what I was asking earlier, in terms of the swing, because since 2001, since maybe 1998 actually, I think ULP has always had the popular vote. So if they're getting more seats, but they're losing the popular vote, what does that mean?
And that's the thing, and I think that points to the significance of targeting and segmenting your voters and being able to pinpoint and direct your messages to certain voters. I am looking at the votes per party as Delano just pointed out, and the ULP has a total of 18,694 votes so far to the NDP's 20,181.
But before we make assumptions, I just want to ask how much of the Windward seats are in? How much of the
so as a result,
because polling for the Windward seats are in? because we
No,
would
but-
recognize that if you would
I don't
say,
think any of us are making any pronouncements.
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
conversation
no,
updating
I
the people.
is in
understand, but
context of what's
if you
happening
start
now.
a conversation about popular votes, and we know when we start a conversation about popular votes, we start looking at a situation like 98, where the ULP lost but won the popular vote. And I think it's a little premature for us to have a conversation about popular votes when the majority of the votes are not in.
So I mean, I think Delano's observation was based on the numbers he's seeing now, and a what if situation if it were to continue on this path.
To be honest, I didn't actually mean to have a conversation about the popular vote. I just wanted to update our people
To
that this is
pinpoint.
where things stands. Because, you know, as much as we're talking and people are enjoying the conversation as well, they also want to be kept up to date as to how the election is going.
I see Lawson Lewis is making a comment saying that voting has traditionally been party associated rather than candidates, in his view. Your thoughts on that? Do Vincentians really vote on candidates, or do Vincentians vote on party?
You know, I actually asked a question recently on my Facebook because I was trying to wrap my mind around that myself. You know, what do you do if you have a candidate that you think would be a good representative, but you don't really affiliate with the party, or vice versa? And the results, well, what people were saying is that you generally vote for the party because the party selects the cabinet, and the cabinet is who directs the country, and you get your funds and all that allocated based on cabinet. So I guess that's what it looks like from my small sample size that people do. For me, it's still a question that's up in the air as to what is the best way to handle it, but that's what it seems that people do.
Ali or Delano?
Well, for me, I think that's a very interesting and important question. It's one that I myself has grappled with for quite some time. From my interactions with persons and from what I've seen, I think there are still a lot of people that vote based on parties as opposed to the individual candidates. I've heard several persons come forward and say, I don't really like XYZ, you know, but comrade. But the ULP bringing me forward with name, you know. I don't really think, and then, you know, additionally, the political parties, but especially the ULP, has capitalized on that. If you think back to their slogans, keep the comrade there, name, putting the comrade in front, the 5-star general, they've kind of done that, whereas they kind of push the party more so than, or they push the party or the leader more so than they push the individual candidates at times. So I do think that a big chunk of our population still votes based on party rather than their actual representative in their constituency.
So Lawson, I think the majority of the panel is agreeing with you, and I think by right that's really the case. I mean, I've openly said for certain seats, especially the ULP, you know, people tend to say, oh, Labour hog, and when it comes to the NDP, people tend to say, oh, donkey. And I would always say, you can put any hog or any donkey in certain seats, and they will win, regardless of who goes there, because of the pattern that we followed with voting for so long. There are certain seats, you know, for a fact, it does not matter.
But then I think there's a larger question at play there, right? Because if you consider party versus an individual, we also have to consider that individuals on the NDP ticket, you have to also speak about representation, in that even if some people vote for their party, I think somewhere along the line, there is a reinforcement or a likability about a candidate that still keeps people voting, whereas the broader picture may be the party, because in most cases, the party will put forward the general plan. If it's not the general plan, it is an idea of the general leadership that people like. So if I feel that, okay, Cormac is going to lead this person who is going to be my representative, or who may not be my representative, but can get a senatorial position, or do I go and vote for somebody who, as we know, a constant cry of the opposition is that their hands are tied. So do I vote for a political party knowing that a representative, if we want to look at an individual, may not be able to deliver certain deliverables in my community? So does it not reinforce, because of the nature of our politics, the idea of voting for a party over a person because of the level of development that happens based along those lines?
But I think that's a fair point. Because I had a conversation today, Seth, and somebody said they were in the line about to vote, and then they say, "Well, I'm unsure. I'm in the line. I'm unsure. You know, I'm heading to the polling station. I'm unsure because if I vote for who I want to vote for, waste of time because that party isn't going to win anyway, and then my constituency can be, you know, a stepchild for the next X however long. So these are concerns of people, and then sometimes they just go and vote based on that. So they do keep that in the back of their minds as well."
Have you seen, and much of the talk this evening has been in relation to the NDP or the ULP, but we do have a third party that was on the ticket in some constituencies, and they've actually picked up votes. We see, for instance, in North Central, when the Green Party picked up 1 vote. In East St. George, the Green Party also picked up 20 votes. So the Green Party has taken 21 votes this election cycle. I don't know about you guys. I'm impressed that they took 21 votes. You're not entertained by the fact that the Green Party managed to take 21 votes?
I'm surprised that they actually contested the election again. I thought they wouldn't make it, because I remember up until just before nomination day, I wasn't really hearing about any candidates. I know that the leader had put an ad in the paper where he was, you know, asking for persons to apply to be part of the party, to be representatives in different areas. The bar that he had set was quite low, but apparently he only was able to get one other individual to come with him. But yeah, I mean, it's part of the process. I'm happy that there's another party that's actually given another option for those 21 people who are not happy with either of the other 2 options so far.
Let's review some Facebook, well, not Facebook, sorry, some streaming comments, because they're coming from Facebook, they're coming from YouTube, they are coming from Twitter. So we're seeing Winston Young saying Vincentians don't vote on policies, they vote on popularity and nice time. Natisha Alexander, hi Natisha, my fellow Chibna, how are you? Natisha says Vincentians always vote by party. How much power do representatives have in terms of access to resources to carry out projects in their constituencies? And that question brings up a really good point in terms of
constituency development fund. And then so you can people can sit up on one hand, but they vote down. I mean, politics is such a funny business, huh? Because if we're saying that we have a party that has put forward a measure in some ways, we don't know how it's going to play out fully. If they had one, or if they do win, because I mean everybody calling it, and you know, if they had one, then you know they would have put that measure in place where MPs have a fund regardless of party affiliation and so on. But the people seem to be against that, and I mean, and if the vote is any indication, of course there are other contending issues as well. And while I have the floor, figuratively speaking, I just wanted to point out that I see Sabota Caesar put out a message on Facebook as well, basically alluding to the fact that he has won, and there are several congratulatory messages pouring in for him beneath his post. So I just want to point out that though it hasn't been officially called and but by the information that is being fed to us, it would appear that he has information similar to Luke Brown, that he has won, but in this case, he has won. So it would appear that Sabota Caesar has held his seat.
So, and that's a constituency on the windward side. So if you're now joining us, welcome to Wine and Chats Election Watch, Voices of the Future. We have on the panel very vocal, informative, young Vincentians with mega bright futures ahead of them. Andre Brown, Alika Jones, and Delano D'Souza. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break. And then we would come back to, of course, more discussion, more results. And you're going to get the young people's perspective as you've been getting. We do appreciate all the comments that you've been leaving on social media. And shout outs to wherever you're viewing from. We know we have viewers as far as Europe. We have people in North America, in the wider Caribbean, wherever you are in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We thank you for your viewership. We'll be back very soon. back to Wine and Chat's Election Watch, Voices of the Future. I am your moderator, Tedra Kirby, and I have with me Dr. Delano D'Souza, Miss Alika Jones, and Mr. Andre Brown, as we talk all things election, even election 2020 and past election. We discuss the course of St. Vincent and the Grenadines moving ahead. And so far, we've talked about a lot of things, and we want to thank all our viewers for staying tuned to this session. We know it's a tedious task, as with any other election, but I promise you that with the swiftness with which the results are coming in, we won't be here much longer. If you have questions that you would like to ask our panel, or opinions that you would like to offer, please do that via social media. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. We are able to see all of the comments, and we will address them as best as possible. You're watching Wine and Chat's Election Watch. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it's being predicted that the ULP will be returned to government with a 9-6 majority at this point. But of course, the count isn't final, so we won't at this time confirm that that will be the case until we have all the necessary information. So guys, one of the things we were talking about just before, and for some reason, if I could backtrack, for some reason, we have no results yet from, actually we do. So we do have results from all of the constituencies at this point, and according to the election website, these are how the votes are going. So far, the ULP is leading in the North Windward constituency with a total of 988 votes to the NDP's 782 votes. There were 10 rejected ballots in that constituency. In the North Central Windward constituency, this was a runaway for the ULP, as it amassed 917 votes to the NDP's 333 votes, 11 rejected ballots. In South Central Windward, we also have the ULP taking so far 1,199 votes to the NDP's 960 votes, with 6 rejected ballots. In South Windward, the ULP has 1,553 votes to the NDP's 1,282. In the Mariaqua Valley, the ULP is leading 1,331 votes to the ULP's 1,112 votes. And I hope you guys are taking track of the numbers, because I'm seeing some patterns here, and I'm definitely looking forward to discussing them. In East St. George, the ULP is leading 2,541 votes to the NDP's 2,359 votes, and the Green Party's 20 votes. West St. George, the ULP is at 2,606 votes to the NDP's 2,249 votes. Just to round out the constituencies, East Kingstown, the ULP had 2,306 votes to the NDP's 2,547 votes. In Central Kingstown, the ULP has 1,466 votes to the NDP's 2020 votes, 2020 votes. In West Kingstown, the ULP is trailing with 1,720 votes to the NDP's leading 2,488 votes. With just a few constituencies to go, South Leeward, the ULP is trailing 1,195 votes to the NDP's 1,265 votes. And in Central Leeward, the ULP has amassed 2,227 votes to the NDP's 1,875 votes, with 24 rejected ballots. In North Leeward, the ULP has 2,287 votes to the NDP's 2,280 votes. So that's the very marginal seat of 7 votes in favor of the ULP, with 13 spoiled ballots. In the Northern Grenadines, the ULP has 454 votes to the NDP's overly convincing 2,123 votes. And the Southern Grenadines, the final of the votes that we will review right now, the ULP has 559 votes to the NDP's 1,153 votes. So one of the things we want to look at is women in politics. We started earlier, but then we got sidetracked to another conversation. Both parties have 2 women on their tickets for this election. And I'm trying to think back of a time when there were, let's say, more than 3 women at any given time. And I don't think I have any memory of that at all. And we're living in a Caribbean community, so of course, instinctively, I would look to make the comparison between other Caribbean countries. We saw this year at least half of the candidates for the JLP in Jamaica being women. We saw a significant amount of women stepping up to the PNP's challenge in Jamaica. We also saw an increase in women in Trinidad's election. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines is still stuck at 2 per party. Why do you think that there has been such a minimal involvement of Vincentian women as candidates in our electoral process? You guys are all on mute.
Yeah, I was on mute on purpose. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one, right? I mean, is it that the parties are not encouraging it, or is it that women are not interested in that aspect of politics that much? Maybe it's a combination of both. It's hard to say, really, and I don't necessarily have the requisite qualifications body-wise to speak for women, so I don't know.
But Andre, you're a man within our society.
Yeah, that's true. But I think I like to speak a little bit more about it.
The debate about women's involvement in politics is quite interesting, considering that if we know who the mobilizers are, if we know who the decision makers are in terms of people going out and vote. I noticed a lot of women bringing their house, sons, this kind of thing, the encouragement to the polling station today. And I think even if you look at just rally makeup, just from being based, you would recognize that it's usually an audience of predominantly women and youth. So the question for me is there a negative connotation that is associated with women in politics, or even just women in general in positions of power in our society? I mean, we can also look through the fact that the composition of most of our ministries, the administrative heads, which would be the PS, there are a significant number of women, like the CMO is also a woman, and those other positions. But you have to consider perhaps the rhetoric that is involved for women when they decide to enter politics at a certain level. the mudslinging, the personal details, and the double standard. Because I mean, we do not hold men to the same standards that we hold women in politics too. So it is a conversation that if we hope to encourage more women, because it is important for women's voices to be heard. It is important for, I think, a feminine touch to be added to some of the policies because we know that the female brain would think differently. But it is also a conversation for how we also treat women in politics in the Caribbean in general. We would all be aware of the kind of statements that would have been made about Portia Simpson and the kind of statements that would be made about Mia Motley, which are sometimes unkind and get rather personal. So these kind of statements continue to dissuade women because who wants to be criticized at an international or regional level? I mean, even as Lisa Hanna goes up to be president of the PNP, we know how the conversation has gone. So I think the broader question is how do we look at women in society and how do we move away from that so that we can encourage women into various other fields, not just politics.
Delano?
Yeah, I think I made some very interesting points there. I think I definitely think that the political mudslinging and the level of politics that we see persist in our Caribbean nations. I mean, not to say that it doesn't exist elsewhere, but I think particularly because of the small size of our population and how everybody know everybody and so on, I think that is definitely a deterrent for women in politics. I think a lot of women, not and it isn't meant as a criticism in any way. I think that some women are hesitant to put themselves in that kind of position, and with reason. Because even as men, and even as I look at some of the things being said over this election campaign, I've continuously commented and said, listen, your skin have a tick like crocodile now. Because some of the things that we've seen, even that whole sleepy Joe thing, sleepy brown thing with Luke and all these type of things, your skin had to be real thick. So I think there is that, and I think there is again it kind of comes back to we haven't really gotten rid of all of the vestiges of the patriarchal system. It still exists in many ways. I think the double standard is a big one. We do not hold men as accountable as we do women in politics. We've seen it this time again with Dr. Glasgow. We continue seeing it with Deborah Charles from in West Kingston. We're seeing these things over and over. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think we as a people still kind of, we're not, I don't want to say that we're not accustomed to women being in those elevated positions because we see women being managers, we see all these type of things. But politics is one sphere that I don't think we've, even
It's
when Girl and me game.
a boys' club.
It's a boy. Even with Girl and me, you almost feel, with the exception of, I mean, Renee Batiste she was soft spoken in some ways, but she still had a big presence, mama culture. So I mean, when you think about that, the women who've been very successful, and even if you go back as far as Joshua, the female Joshua back in the day, and so, and these are females with big personalities who could hold their own, and that kind of speaks to, in my mind, it kind of speaks to where we are, because we are, as a people are not as embracing as we should be, and we're not as fair to women in politics. And in addition to that, I think men also perpetuate the system as well. Though the men in politics, that is, in terms of giving women seats at the table and so on, it still is very dominated by things. When is it? I mean, even in terms of the ministries and these other things, you kind of, but I won't get into all of that, but you could kind of see it.
You can, and that's a very good point because Minister Miguel was education and at one point ecclesiastical affairs. Minister Baptiste was culture, and you see an absence of women being positioned in the hard-hitting areas. And I often wonder, why is this being done? And I know Ali referenced Portia Simpson Miller and Mia Motley, but even in those countries, Jamaica and Barbados respectively, those women were elected. So they were given that opportunity. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are still on the road to getting a female prime minister. Dominica has done it, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is still on that road. Delano, you made a very good point as well about the things that are said about women during this particular campaign season. And I could think of two instances that left me very disturbed. And I think one was Dr. Glasgow, when a former NDP candidate made a comment in relation to her not having children. And as a woman, even though I have a child, I found that highly offensive to hear a man project that kind of message towards a woman, or direct that type of message towards a woman. We also have this situation where Siobhan, the NDP's candidate who came up against Montgomery Daniel, where her face was plastered on a donkey of Montgomery riding that donkey. And for me, that spoke volumes, because there is such a negative. And as women in politics, you really have to have, yes, this is the prime minister's a hard man to die, but I think women in politics have to have the broadest back possible to really undergo that political journey. Because we are instantly disadvantaged in many spheres by simply being female. I see Natisha saying the underrepresentation of women in Caribbean politics will continue because we continue to question women's capabilities because of the stereotypes that continue to exist and date back centuries. Andre, we didn't get your take on this and in terms of women political involvement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to miss out if we continue along this path. I think there is value in having basically as many demographics as possible represented. So I was excited to see Chevron being a part of the political process. I was excited to see Laverne and Minerva and Debbie has returned, but it's good to see all these women. Something that actually came to my mind while we were talking, though, has there ever been a case where there were two women who were contesting the same seat in St. Vincent?
Yes, we had Maraqua, where Gerlin Miguel, I believe, came up against Miss Bennett, who represented the NDP. So we have had a situation where women have come up against women in the Maraqua Valley.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what can be done to rectify the situation to ensure that there's more female representation. Quotas, I don't know if I'm not really a fan of that perspective.
But perhaps the conversation begins with the men in politics and the men.
But I was about to say that.
And they embrace the involvement of women.
I was about to say that. I think as much as we try to say, okay, when our candidates are selected democratically and all those type of things and so on, the fact of the matter is the big guys in the party and so on, they have a major say in terms of the people who go up and who end up finally being the candidates in the political parties. So if there is a push, like how there is a deliberate push in Jamaica, for example, for youth, for females and so on, where the leadership is saying, listen, I want more females, and I won't say quota per se, but I'm saying it has to be a welcoming atmosphere and environment, and it has to be like, listen, this is what we want for our political party. So it has to come from there. In some ways it does, because it makes no sense. I like very talented, smart woman come forward and say, Tedra, and say, listen, I want to join this thing. But then the party say, well, hold on there. So in my mind, it kind of has to be deliberate on that part. And I don't think we've seen enough of that over the last 20 years, really and truly. And a lot of it is that the females who have kind of come through the political system, in my mind, a lot of them have already been, like I said, they're heavyweights in their own right. they're very seasoned attorneys. They are contemporaries of the political leadership or the political elite, the male political elite. So it's easier for them to be embraced vis-a-vis somebody who else might have an interest or who is not, as a part of that kind of political culture. So in my mind, it has to come from there.
That's an amazing contribution that Delano just made, and that's the reality of our situation here right now. So we're looking at the results. It is being forecasted that we return to government with a possible 9-6 majority. We will take some questions. If you have questions, you can send us your messages. It seems that the majority of the seats, the results are in. We see that the North Windward seat would be going to the ULP. The North Central Windward seat would certainly be going to the ULP. So too would the South Central Windward seat, the South Windward seat, the Mariacor Valley seat, and the East and West St. George's seat. Additionally, the Central Leeward and the North Leeward seat are on track to be ULP seats in the next government. With the NDP keeping the Central Kingstown, West Kingstown, South Leeward, Northern Grenadines, and Southern Grenadines seats. Based on last election, it seems that the NDP has actually lost one of the seats, as the last election results had an 8-7 win in favor of the ULP. And
so who's the weak fence? Who's the weak fence? Who loses the seat there? Who lost the seat? Is Patel?
Patel Matthews has lost his seat by 7 votes.
Boy, I hate to see it.
But I think
I think he lost his seat by 7 votes, and they have 13 rejected ballots. So I don't know what that would mean tomorrow, boy.
Right. So we're assuming others are going to be very keen with that recount. However, let's be mindful that the last election when he won, it was by 12 votes.
Yeah, that's a real swing seat.
So he had a task, possibly trying to maintain this seat going into this election, and Carlos James would have been one of those candidates who lost last election, but stuck around in those constituencies and being very visible and even being incorporated into a lot of the openings and a lot of the ceremonies that the government would have done to help elevate their prominence in those constituencies. So I would admit I'm not too shocked with the initial results, but it comes down to the recount. I'm sure they're going to look at those rejected ballots yet again. So I think it's safe to say that the ULP will be returned to government for a historic 5th term in office. This is a feat attempted. Sorry, Andrew, what's that? You're on mute.
I was just saying 5 in a row.
This is a feat attempted by Denzel Douglas that he failed at. So this is a historic moment for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The people have clearly spoken in terms of who they want to represent them over the next 5 years. We see, however, based on the initial results, again, that the NDP actually still has the popular vote with 28,911 votes for the NDP so far, and the ULP with 27,482. I know Ali was a bit hesitant to speak on the popular vote, but given that so many of the results are already in, it seems as though while the NDP does have the majority at the moment, they are still not in possession of the seats required to form a different government. Let's see. Kyle De Freitas is asking, any thoughts on NDP's plans to challenge the seats and the repeat of the legal battles of last election? Do you guys have any thoughts on a possible battle over the seats?
I think naturally there is going to be some battle in terms of the seats, but I think I would hope that NDP would have learned from their folly of the last election, in that I think that they were in a position to have spent the money and the time that they spent the last 4 years fighting this case and spent it working on a plan, getting to the people, and doing what is necessary to win an election. Because I felt like they came into this in a position where they ultimately should have won if they had done the groundwork for 4 years, except they spent the time fighting for an election in court. And then the thing about the court case is some of it was based on the ballots, right? But you're only challenging the ballots in some constituencies and not all. It's the same ballot that was used across the board. So how is it that you only have a problem with the ballots used in 2 constituencies and not the entire electoral process? So I think that it would be wise for them to consider what happened coming out of the last case, and is that the approach you want to take to winning government? Is that the approach you want to take for the people to, that's how you want to force an election, as opposed to going into parliament, doing your research, mobilizing the people, and creating a situation where you are constantly pressuring the government because you had a 1-seat majority. It has been a 1-seat majority for 2 consecutive terms, and you have not done the kind of work that an opposition is supposed to do. So personally, I would hope that they reconsider a plan to win or to force a re-election that way, and rather focus on how do we convince the people that we are the party that is best fitted to serve them.
Delano or Andre, anything like that?
Balika, you raised a good point there. I mean, coming out to the last election, a lot of the complaints that the NDP had was regarding the electoral process. So for me, I was looking for something along those lines to be mentioned in the manifesto that they published. I don't recall seeing anything about electoral reform or anything like that. So it kind of seemed incongruous. And again, there was no complaints leading into this election from them. So it kind of made me wonder, was this just a political ploy, a use of the courts in that way, as opposed to an actual something that you think was done outside of the realm of what should have been done electorally?
Kyle is also asking, is this a successful political strategy or does it hurt the party? And I think he would be referring.
He was referring to the whole. I mean, our system in the Caribbean is fraught with. When I say system, I mean the political system, yes, but as well as the court system or the judicial system. There's no way that something as important, something as fundamental as an election petition should take 4 or 5 years to get your court system. I think that's ridiculous. So let's start there. I think that's ridiculous. Part of the reason we are having this conversation now is because our court system is inefficient. Because if it were a situation where they could challenge this thing and have this thing wrapped up in a month or 2, I would say by all means go ahead. But in an environment and in a situation where, from all indication, they're going to be fighting this thing for years and years and years again and doing, from that perspective, that's why we're having the conversation about whether or not they should just let it go and move forward. So I think we need to start there. And Andrew made the point that we haven't had anything spoken about electoral reform. We haven't seen that. We haven't had anything about campaign financing. We haven't had anything about the integrity law from any of the parties. So when we're talking about these things, we have to put it in context as well. So win or lose, nothing changing with respect to this now. There's nobody who's talking about it. But is it a strategy that's gonna work to their detriment? I think it is. In an environment where it's gonna take years to play out, I think it is. I think the NDP now have to look inside themselves. They need to decide who goes, who stays. Obviously, those persons who want would stay. And even if by 2025 they might not, they have to start seriously considering how they're gonna plan going forward. I think Alika made a brilliant point about their use of parliament. I think the NDP, you have to be serious in parliament. I'm not saying that they aren't. I'm just saying that the perception of the people is that they don't come prepared. They don't, they're not challenging certain points. When they come sometimes they hate it, they walk out of parliament and all these type of things. I mean, Afghanistan, the government and so on. But you have to find ways within how the system is constructed to get your point across, to show that you're competent. I mean, when you listen to some of these guys' presentation in parliament, sometimes I am not left inspired. And when and people over time, people build up a perception of you based on how you conduct yourself and the people's business in parliament and in other spheres as well. So I think I think going ahead for another 2 or 3 years in the court might be a flaw, especially if it's baseless again, or if it's even similar to the last time. It has, for me, if you're going that route, it has to be something so concrete. And again, from the standpoint of the judicial system, that's something that we need to tackle in a major way. Whether it is that we put in place special procedures to deal with something as important as electoral position, because even when I had Peter Wickham on the podcast a while ago, and we were talking about Guyana in relation to this, and of course, Guyana has filed petitions. In St. Kitts, they filed petitions as well. You hear when they file a petition and you don't hear about that for another couple of months and so on. So we fully expect that these petitions are going to play out until the election happen again. So from that perspective, it's a waste of time.
So as we get ready to wrap up, because the victory has been proclaimed by the ULP, so there is really little reason other than to get the exact figures to stick around. But with the ULP claiming government for another 5 years, what are some of the things that you would like to see this new version? And when I say new version, of course, they have new people on the tickets. They might be given different posts, senatorships, or whatever else. What would you like to see for the next 5 years? Okay, go ahead.
No, what I was gonna say is, there's a couple of interesting things that I want to see how they would play out. I want to see how Curtis King would fit in, because I know he's a strong educator. He's a strong man for sports. Maybe he might just fit in right where
Yes.
his where Seth left. Might just fit in right there. But or would he be in education and Jimmy put in a different post? It's interesting to see that one play out. I think Curtis is one of the more interesting new additions. I mean, Orandi is also interesting, but I'm interested to see how Curtis fits in. In terms of what I would like to see in the next 5 years, there was no mention of it in the manifestos. But that would be, and it's been my song since we started this live, but it's the youth parliament, youth council, youth government decides that they're going to put some effort into that, they would see rewards. Maybe not immediately, but it would be beneficial to the country in general.
For me, I earlier stated I would really want to see the development of the leeward side. I know that the ULP manifesto speaks heavily to this in terms of hotel development and housing and these sorts of things. So I hope these really bear fruit in the next 5 years. I also want to see a focus on finding out the sources of some of our social problems, like teenage pregnancy and juvenile in conflict with the law and that kind of thing, and seeing how we can find a solution to these problems, because I think these problems perpetuate into other issues and reinforces some level of dependency. So I think if we start looking at social development in a more serious and cohesive manner, I think that that would be very beneficial. I would also like to see a further development of agriculture. I would want to see fisheries move from agriculture and further development of something looking towards a blue economy, and then for agriculture, an emphasis on agro-processing and trade facilitation and these sorts of things. Because I think we have the foundation, but we just need to make sure that we are getting and going to the places that they need to go. And especially with all the hotel developments that are coming on stream, I would like for us to make sure that with the agricultural produce and all the other things that we have going on, that we would hope that we have the certification and the standardization to go along with it, so that all people benefit, our farmers benefit, our workers benefit, because these are things that, these developmental projects could benefit us, but we have to make sure that before Standout opens in 2 years, we spend the 2 years doing the groundwork so that everything is in place for Vincent to benefit massively from a project of this nature. And campaign financing. Campaign financing is one of my biggest things. I know Leonardo mentioned it, but I hope that we move towards a more broad-based level of accountability, integrity, and transparency, that the processes of government are they're outlined in a way that the average person can understand them. And I would hope that we get a good opposition. That is one of the things that have been a major gripe for me, that I hope the opposition, with whatever money some of the parliamentarians are paid with, they could hire an intern to do some research, so when they go into parliament, they're firing. Because I think that if we have an opposition that is firing, it forces the government to be on their toes. It forces them to come to parliament, to come with plans, to come with everything that is fundamentally ready. So if the opposition, I think, is prepared to work, and if the opposition puts in work in that way, then in 5 years, people may be inclined to think that, they're ready to lead us, especially if we consider that they may be a new leader going into the 2025 election.
Delano?
Yeah, Tedra. For me, there's so much going on right now in terms of the outcome of this election. There's a lot to unpack. We have a prime minister who has gone on for 5 consecutive terms, 25 years as prime minister. If it goes on, I think we need to consider term limits. I think that's the most obvious thing, that we need to have a conversation about that. I think we need to look at seriously integrity legislation. In other places in the Caribbean, you have to declare your assets, you have to declare all those type of things. We need campaign finance laws, whether it be a system where both parties receive a sum of money from, because there have been proposals where, to kind of level the playing field, not just for the existing parties, but for other potential parties who are duly registered and so on. We need to have a conversation about that. I think our country, and we've seen it. And by the way, Andrew mentioned a plan for youth, a whole youth manifesto, and you struggle, and a whole youth manifesto, and we're still struggling to see the plan for youth. But that's separate and apart. But I think we need to focus on ICT. When I look at the plans of the ULP government, and in my podcast, I had strong words about that. These plans are not new plans. Integration. You can't even walk in St. Vincent and pay in the government with a credit card or a debit card. Ridiculous in 2020. We have to address technology. We're talking things in manifestos about digital cash and so on, and so many of our people are unbanked in St. Vincent. Unless we are really embracing, for me, I want to see us. I want to see the ULP, that ICT element of their manifesto. I want to see them execute. I want to see them implement. That's what I want to see. In terms of their manifesto, that's what I want to see. That's the most thing. I also want us to develop tourism in a way that is integrated, and from an economic standpoint, I spoke to it in general terms, but I want us to focus on the backward linkages with this tourism industry, with this tourism product that we're building out. We are late to the party, so we have the benefit of looking around. Right now, Barbados is looking at seriously how do they stem some of the leakages from their tourism sector. They make a lot of money, but a lot of it leaks as well. So they need to find a better link in terms of backward linkages and integration to agriculture, fisheries, and all those type of things. We're late to the party, like I said, so we have to find an economic model that integrates our burgeoning tourism product in a way that propels growth. And we need to remember as well, as much as we're talking about all these jobs and so on in tourism, we have to recall and remember that a lot of these jobs are not the most highest paying jobs. So yes, they're jobs that are welcome, but we're still talking a lot about hotel workers,
lower level,
lower level employment in some ways. So welcome employment nonetheless, but we have to make sure that we are building out a tourism product and not being relied and say, oh well, jobs being created, yes, jobs, but we have to look at the quality of jobs that we're putting forward. So we have to grow the economy in a way that the private sector can thrive. And I think ICT has a big part to play in that, as well as tourism. Not just on the windward side, we need to develop the leeward side a lot more. 2015 manifesto had all sorts of things about a jet cruise ship work down leeward. It's again in 2020 manifesto. Are we going to see it? Are we going to develop tourism holistically, or is it going to be one of those situations where we just kind of think it? And I would just love to see that city at Arnoldville built out St. Vincent and the Grenadines is too centralized. We need to be moving in a direction where we have tongues that actually have different amenities and services. I should not have to drive to Kingston to do some things that I need to do. We need these things. The government needs to take hold of this thing now. In Barbados, for example, the government has many offices. They have a licensing authority in Warrens. They have one down Old Town. They have one in Speightstown. They have one because they recognize that you have to spread out your economic activity in the country. And that's why I would say, guys, thanks for having me. And I hope these are my final thoughts.
So we'll just also share some final thoughts from our viewers, of whom we're so appreciative because you stuck around. Candice Marcel is saying she would like to see greater reform in public financial management and a more comprehensive national budget where civil society can get involved in the budget discussion. Natisha is saying, I'd like to see us update our tourism product and look into different areas of tourism to develop the different parts of our country. In sports and ecotourism, especially here in the Grenadines. Natisha is also saying we need to decentralize so that we in the Grenadines do not have to travel to access certain services. And that's such a good point. And she said it's because it's too costly. And I think that's one of the major hurdles that we definitely have to overcome, because I know some people in the Grenadines genuinely feel like they're a world apart, and it's such an inconvenience for so many of them sometimes to access services. So I'm sure that would be a welcomed
particularly
feature.
when you consider how much the tourism product in the Grenadines contributes to our overall coffers. So I mean, I think that's part of the reason we didn't get to discuss it, but that's also part of the reason why a lot of our Grenadine population feels so disenfranchised from what's going on. They know what they bring to the table now, and I don't feel like they feel that they're seeing the benefits.
So you've been watching Wine and Chat's Election Watch, Voices of the Future. We're wrapping it up right now. The ULP has declared, or has proclaimed, I should say, victory. In fact, tomorrow, Friday, November 6th, has already been declared a public holiday in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So congratulations to Dr. Ralph Gonsalves on a historic feat, achieving a 5th term in government here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you to our production team behind the scenes, to our panelists, Andre Brown, Delano D'Souza, Alika Jones, and to you, our viewers, our participants who stayed up with us all evening. We hope you have a restful night. And whenever the opportunity presents itself again, I'm sure we'll be back on Wine and Chat. All right, have a good evening. Take care.